Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back into, oh my god, to another week, another edition of some lovely KFC, some Kung Fu Cup action. Of course, WTL 2023 Winter Kung Fu Cup round number 8. I'm your host, Live VIP, and with me, I'm joined by the lovely people in the chat, by my plushies, and by these amazing players that I haven't casted in far too long. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back of yourselves. The bracket, it's massive, it's huge, it's insane, and it feels like it's 2020 again. It's been far too long. Spawning in the top left hand corner of Golden Aura, we have the South Korean Zerg player. Representing the Kwangdong Freaks, it is Armani. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the reigning world champion. We have the Chinese Terran, the blue Terran representing KranKy Gaming. It is Oliveira. Here we go, and again, we have been casting Armani a little bit more recently. Of course, he did join the Kwangdong Freaks, and they have been active this season in WTL, bringing back some old school players like Armani, like Stats, Keen, for example, TY as well, and Su. They've all kind of come together as an old school team to represent Africa and the Kwangdong Freaks, of course. And this is the first time that Armani has played in KungFu Cup. Period. Again, Armani, he did retire for some time. He stepped away from the game, recently coming back, and this is what I've been waiting for. I mentioned this at the very start of the season of WTL. I was like, I was so happy to see Kwangdong Freaks actually qualify for WTL, for the team league, because it's like, oh, this means that they're going to play more, and kind of. Stats has been a little bit more regular, yes. But outside of that, we haven't seen much Keen, we haven't seen much Armani. Now, 8 weeks into the season, we get some Armani here in KungFu Cup, and he has a mountain to climb. He's up against one of the best Terrans in the world. He's up against literally the reigning champion. We'll see if he can keep up. Yeah, honestly, like, upon seeing some of Armani's games, like, we have been casting him in WTL, his macro looks solid. Like, if he's able to get into the mid game, into the late game in a good position, like in a state with a stable economy, then he can really thrive. But getting there is the issue, and with this 2-racks opener, it's going to be difficult to get there unscathed. We do have Reapers on the way here from Oliveira already. First Reaper is making its way across the map, going to be threatening the mineral line here against Armani. Lings, they come out in time. Armani is going to be delaying his third base at least a little bit longer here. He's now taking his third on location. Bit of a greedy maneuver. We'll see if he can get away with it. We'll see if he can get away with that third base. Queen does pop out. Link speed is well underway as we did not pull out. And the Reapers are being fended off. Are being forced back. We have additional Reapers on the way, so the goal here from Oliveira is to deny the third. Deny the third and contain Armani to 2 bases for that much longer. Again, taking the third base was very greedy, and it does force a reaction from Oliveira. The reaction is to go up to 5 Reapers. The Reapers are in production. They're on the way, and they should be able to force a cancel. Link speed is still a ways off here for Armani. It's not going to finish up in time. There's nothing that he can really do about this, and again, he's just going to be stuck on those 2 bases. Link's getting ready for a surround, though. We're going to try and save it. Up. Nah, there's no saving it. No shot. Oh, no shot. A couple shots away from going down. And it looks like we should see a kill. No, that's a kill. No. We should have seen it cancel. That was a kill instead. That is 300 minerals down the drain. Ay, that was a hefty loss for Armani. That should not have happened. He was being too greedy. He was trying to save that third base. Those wondering why I was putting so much emphasis on that. When you go for a 2-racks Reaper opener like this, the goal and like what you can accomplish is denying the third. And Armani was so greedy taking his third base upon scouting the build, and so greedy trying to hold on to it. And alas, it did not work out in the end, and Armani is now far behind. 300 minerals this early on is insane. Absolutely insane. And yeah, Oliveira, he's got a really nice start here to the game. He's going to be getting into his third TC here in the main base as well. It's going to be 3CC before Banshee. Oh, sorry, I should say 3CC 2-on-1 as it is underway. So a very economic follow-up here from Oliveira, and Armani has a lot of catching up to do. I mentioned before that, like, hey, if he's able to get into the mid game or the late game, like in a stable economy, is going to be looking good. This is not that. This is this is not the start that we were really hoping for here. We have +1 carapace in production to deal with the 2-1-1. Should finish up in time. Armani's droning. I would almost want Armani I want him to double expand, but he can't. Like, okay, so typically if you're forced to cancel your third base, by the time you gain control of this area, by the time link speed kicks in, you double expand because you have the money for it. Here, Armani doesn't have the money for it because he lost 300 minerals, so yeah, he's still just limping along here. We have a Bailey Nest on the way. We're getting into queen production as well. Oliveira is beginning his move out, and oh my god, interesting variation here. So it is a 3cc 2-on-1, a late add-on swap here from Oliveira. He will eventually kick in with a medevac drop, that is true, but he's going for a liberator first. It is going to be spotted by this Ling. Armani does see it ahead of time. Should be, there we go, responding with his queens. Does rotate over. Spores are on the way as well in the main base, in the natural, and of course queens are here at the third. He should be okay. This lib shouldn't find any damage. The queens are in position. Liberator, oh my, taking a lot of hits. Taking a lot of hits to the face is going to be forced back. Behind this, of course, we do have that eventual push on the horizon, and there it is. The drop play is moving out. We have some helis to support as well. Armory is just about to finish up. Well ahead of time. The eBays are also just now finishing up for 1-1, so this is going to be a Hellbat push. A 2-on-1 Hellbat push here from Oliveira. Does Armani have enough? Looking at the units tab, we have 8 queens. That's a good queen count. We have a couple of Bailings. We have 37 Lings as well. We should be able to deal with this depending on the engagement, depending on the surround, and here we go, we're pushing in. Scan does reveal the Bailings. He's coming in from behind. They do dive in forward, and it looks like the Hellbats, they take the Bailings to the face. Good target firing, but it's just too much, and Oliveira is forced back. Armani survives. He does hold on. He's still behind economically, unfortunately. We have an even base count, and Oliveira does have a higher worker count, plus mules on top of that, so Oliveira still has a hefty economic lead. He's going to rotate around, gets eyes on the fourth base, shouldn't be able to touch it though, there just aren't enough Marines. He lost too many in his first push. And Armani, he's holding on. He's still not in an amazing position. He still hasn't stabilized, but we're getting there. We're getting there. As the gases are being taken, overlords are on the way. Oliveira's macro is insane behind this again because of his economic lead. Oliveira is looking to snowball out of control. These pushes, each one of them is going to be kind of a mountain to overcome here. Armani, he needs to try to hold on. Bailing speed just now starting here for Armani. He's got 1-1 on the way, +2 carapace still hasn't started yet. Don't really have the resources for it. And here comes the push. Marines this time with tanks. Tanks are looking to get in position. Bailing's also trying to waddle on forward as well. Bailing speed is not going to be done for this. A lot of creepers receding. We're going straight for the base, straight for the hatchery. He's going to be threatening. We do have a surround. Oliveira, he does notice in time. He pulls back. The Bailings don't find the best connections, but we do get on top of one of those tanks. The other, though, getting so many hits, and the target firing on the Bailings. Bailings go down. The Marines, they can stim on forward. They take down the queens one after the other. Again, a very efficient trade here from Oliveira. Even if he doesn't kill this base, it's already worth it. And he may just kill the base. As Bailing speed has finished. The target firing is too good. We have 2 Bailings left. We have 1 Bailing left. And soon to be a couple more here. As you do barely pick up. Queen goes down to the Liberator. Here come reinforcements, and this is too much. Again, the lead that Oliveira got early on was too much, especially on Golden Aura, where the rush distance by ground is so short. Hatchery goes down, and we can keep pushing. We can keep on pushing. Armani barely holding on here. Trying to expand towards the south, take another 4th base. Link's trying to catch some reinforcements as well, and that's a good start. It is going to be a good start. Yeah, we catch a couple of Marines. A couple of Marines are going to be going down, but this main army cannot be dealt with. Widowmine shots do not go off. Lings do hit the 4th, but that's the 4th. Armani barely on 3 base economy. Decent Bailey connections. Mines are going to be going off across the map. Reinforcements, they clean up the Lings. There just isn't enough to deal with them. It looks like Oliveira, he's running out of steam a little bit here. He only has 5 Marines remaining. But GG gets called. The writing's on the wall, and Oliveira will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. A solid game out of Oliveira, and just a couple too many. I say a couple too many mistakes. Just one big mistake. One big mistake from Armani to lose that third base at the start of the game, for it to be killed and not cancelled. That was a choice that Armani made. That was a choice. That was him trying to be greedy and trying to get away with murder. Alas, was not able to. Not against the reigning world champion, and Oliveira does take a 1-0 lead. Armani, can he redeem himself here? Can he redeem himself in the next game? In game number 2, as we are getting ready for it, we are getting into Alcyone. Let's go. I should fix this. Hold on. Every time. Man, there we go. Tearing. I'm catching up in the chat. Oh, este fuego, papi. Hello, papi. Hello. Smile. Catching up with the chat. Hello, Smile, Sounder, Werehog, Jadolf as well. Aistan. Bienvenidos. Welcome. For 420th. Beautiful. 12 crack. Bienvenidos. Bienvenidos. It's me, your favorite internet micro celeb. Ga, papi, ga. Hello, hello. Let's go, the normal man, the normal human, papi, the normal human. It's so good, so good. But hopefully, personally, I would love to see an ace match between these two players, but it's not on me, it's on them. It is on our Zerg player here to tighten up the early game, especially to be able to, again, have a stable economy, get into the mid game. That's what I hope for, but we'll see how things turn out as we load into game 2. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alcyone, we have the South Korean Zerg player representing the Kwangdong Freaks. It is Armani. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Chinese Terran player, the reigning world champion, leading the series 1-0, representing KranKy Gaming. It is Oliveira. Here we go. And Oliveira once again going for a low ground Rax variation. Could be a 2 Rax, could be a single Rax into a factory. I'm picturing 2 Rax, so like, especially because Oliveira, he had so much success in the last game. Getting a kill on a hatchery was insane. And Armani, he's had enough. Here we go, one way or another. We're going to have aggression here in the early game. We're going for a gas pool opener here from Armani. With this fast gas geyser, he can rush into Ling speed, or he can go into a fast Roach Warren behind this and get into a Roach rush. I'm feeling roaches. I'm feeling roaches here from Armani. It is going to be 2 racks. Now, the downside is that Armani's taking a bit of a gamble. He hasn't scouted yet, and from our experience covering and casting as much Beyond as we have, early game Roach rushes are something that Zerg players were trying out back in the day. At the start of the year, when Beyond was refining and whipping out this 2x Reaper build, and when no one else is doing it outside of Beyond and of course Maru as well, players are trying to punish this. Players are trying to go for like these Ling Bane aggression and Roach rushes, and it just wasn't working. Beyond, he shut it down, and he got so many wins over players like Solar and Dark early on, as they were trying to see how you could punish this and what you could do against this. And very quickly they found out that you can't. So I'm a little bit concerned with what Armani brings to the table. And here we go. It is going to be Ling speed. He's pulling out a gas, so it is not roaches. It is going to be fast Ling speed to very quickly shut down these Reapers. I'm a little bit torn here. This is, of course, a little bit less efficient. The economy here from Armani is going to be lacking. Reaper comes in, does confirm the hatchery is late. And we should be aware that something is wrong. Something is amiss. Oliveira doesn't have confirmation yet as to what it could be. Still in the dark. He's checking for a third base. Checking the triangular third position from here. Going to be dipping into the main. He needs to see if there's a Roach Warren. Like, that's the thing. It's a very real possibility. And he is being zoned away. Meanwhile, behind this, already working on his add-ons. Working on that next step. Oliveira fanning out the rest of his Reapers. Looking for a way in. Whether it's a Roach Warren or a Bailey Nest even. We can see that Armani's droning. Like, he only made a handful of Lings. And Ling speed does kick in. It has been revealed. Good positioning here from Oliveira. Does escape. Oh no, I spoke too soon. Never mind. Reaper does make it out. Additional Reapers, they check. They see the saturation at the natural, which means he knows that we're joining. He knows it's not an all-in, and immediately, third CC. Third CC, factory on the way. We're just building up and working on the follow-up. Oliveira knows he's safe. And this opener from Armani hasn't been worth it. Like, you could kind of argue, like, oh, but, you know, he gets a third, and this time it isn't killed. True, but it's also very late. He invested very early on into all these Lings, and they just haven't really paid for themselves. Reapers, they dive into the main base, into the natural as well. And we do get behind the mineral line. We do get eyes on the very early Evo chamber. Sub 4 minute Evo chamber. That's Reapers are finally being cleaned up. This Evo chamber is going to be leading into fast +1 carapace. This can go one of two ways. We can either get into really fast +1 melee, which is probably going to happen as well, or we can try to rush into fast +2. But +2 obviously requires a lair, and we haven't really hyper fixated on gas production. So yeah, just fast upgrades on the way, and oh, it is going to be a Roach Warren. Let's go. We have a fast Roach one from Armani, so he's going to be playing Roach Ravager, which means this could be leading into +1 range instead of +1 melee. We could still go either or. Like, these Roaches could either be the main core of the army for Armani, or they could just be supportive units if he still wants to go melee. It does have that available to him if he so chooses. Until then, 3CC 2-on-1. This is the same build that we saw in game number 1. Obviously, the biggest difference is that Oliveira didn't find the need to keep making Reapers, so we transitioned faster because the third base was already delayed, so he didn't have to keep making Reapers. And of course, fast link speed, so didn't want to waste them, didn't want to throw them away. He's just building up back at home. Armani already making a wave of Roaches here. Interesting choice. Link's on the way as well. I'm getting conflicting messages here because he's kind of droning a little bit. He's saturating his third, but now he's hyper fixated on the army. It looks like he does want to hit a timing here with +1 carapace, not necessarily with +1 range or melee. Some fast upgrades here for Armani, finishing up just in time for the double drop. Oliveira going to be pushing in. I'm sure he clicks on the army. He does see the +1 carapace is done. At the same time, Ling counterattack denying mining here at the third base, but we have reinforcements, and the Lings are forced back. Meanwhile, Armani once again just squeezing out a couple of drones here and there. We have Lair on the way. There it is, +1 melee, so he only has Roaches to support his army. He still intends to go Ling main. Not so heavy on the Roach Ravager. And hey, he's minimizing losses in a way. It's true that this double drop hasn't really done any damage, but in a way it has, because we've been making so many Roaches and Lings and Ravagers now. This has impacted negatively the income. The worker count here of Armani is still very low. We don't have a fourth base either, just because he's been investing so heavily here into this army, into all these units. Armani going to be spreading Creeper on the right hand side. I imagine he wants to take this as his fourth, or he could expand towards the north instead. Overlord's going to be going down. Baneling Nest now on the way. Lair finishing up for Baneling speed. And this job play is just so annoying to deal with here. Armani being pulled back left and right. Does rock up in the main base. Bile's not going to be connecting. And Oliveira will boost the hell out of there. Behind this, 4th CC is on the way, so Oliveira, he isn't going for a 3-base all-in. He isn't going for an 8-racks or anything like that. Very standard macro-oriented play. I say macro-oriented. He's going for some split pushes, and so far he's finding damage. He gets a queen. Gets a queen, gets the active tumors, picks up. Going to be threatening this northern edge here for Armani. At the same time, double drop on the left-hand side. Pushing in, he's looking to force a cancel on this 4th. Hopefully not a kill. Up. Up. Oh my. Bappy. We had time. We were paying attention. We had eyes on the Roach Ravager. That's the second time that's a kill, not a cancel. Have we unbound cancel? That's the second time this series. 2 games in a row. That's brutal. That's actually brutal. Ay. Not like this. 300 minerals down the drain this early on. These are losses that, again, they're brutal, to be honest. Like, resources are finite at the moment. We don't have too much of an economy to work with, and it hurts. Here we go. Oliveira is just pushing through the center, clearing up a lot of this creep. Armani going into a Spire. I do like this as a way to shut down the drop play. Like, clearly, Oliveira is being very active with his army, and it's a good way to try to shut that down. But it may just be too little too late, because here comes the push. Oliveira, his macro has been insane. He's up 20 supply. He's got 4 tanks, and he's pushing right through the center, right towards the third base of Armani. And Armani's in a lot of trouble. He's working on a hive. He's teching right now. He's teching. He doesn't have the biggest army. Ling Bang tries to come in first round. There is potential. If he's able to catch Oliveira unsieged, connect with Wiles, and maybe he can make something happen. But Oliveira, he's going to be rotating around instead. Pushing towards the would-be 5th base. Ling Bang's rolling in. Ah, but the tank line is insane. Armani, he can try to come in from behind. These tanks looking a bit exposed. One is going to go down. We could even go for the next. And 2 tanks. Not too bad. Again, really good angle from Armani. Here we go. Surround is real. Tanks are getting caught off guard. They're going to be piled down as well. And Armani is going to force this back. As we go for a drop into the main. At the same time, a double drop here on the left-hand side. And we're going straight for the 4th base. The workers. Oh my god, the mine drags are insane. We get every single worker here. 13 workers go down. And this is becoming too much. This entire mineral line. At the same time, we're just pushing it towards the 3rd. Getting very low. Armani, he's trying to take up into a greater Spire, actually. Not Mutas. Which, at this point, makes sense. But Oliveira, he's just gotten too much momentum over the course of this game. He has snowballed out of control. He's close to maxing out, and Armani is barely holding on. We have a lot of larva to work with, but we're lacking injects. We're lacking larva, bases, economy. Here we go, Oliveira. The pre-split is insane. The concave is real. Files are kind of going to be connecting. Does take some bailings to the face, but I don't think Oliveira cares. Not anymore. Good split here for these parasitic bombs. The Medivac's going to be bunching up a little bit, but GG gets called. There's just too much Terran, too much Oliveira, and he will take the series 2-0, eliminating Armani. GG. GG. As Oliveira will take the series 2-0. I mean, again, he came in as the favorite player, but a shout out to Armani. He has a very special place in our hearts. He is one of the first Korean pro gamers that we ever casted on our channel, fun fact, back in 2020. Up until then, we were only casting like Latin American players or Southeast Asian players. We were focusing on mainly regional events, and yeah, I think Armani, he was one of our first Koreans, which was you know, again, a momentous occasion for the KranKy Ducklings, when we were covering Katowice at the time, Katowice. But alas, here, he just too many mistakes here throughout the course of this series, having a really hard time keeping up with his opponents. I wasn't too in love with the opener either, going for that fast gas, going for the gas pool opener here from Armani, did set him behind, and he just wasn't really finding the damage he really needed to equalize and stabilize. And with that, that is our first series in the books, and now we can hop on over here, have a look at the challenge bracket, and what kind of updates are we working with? Where we at? Where are we at? As I should also very quickly find myself. Yep, there we go. I need to make sure I'm not left behind. Scene is about to switch because we are heading over to the Americas. And hopefully I'm not left behind, because we have another series. Okay, we're good. Ooh. We are good. All right, we're switching our scenes over from the top. We got some updates. We do have some updates that we can go over. Okay, first up, Solar versus Rewhite. I was very tempted to jump on this series, but Rewhite was MIA, so didn't quite jump on this. But it's going to be Solar versus Rewhite into Geralt into Björn in that third round. So a really solid run there. That should lead into Solar versus Björn in the third round, and that can go either direction. So very, very good matches are on the horizon. Meanwhile, we have a Bunny versus Classic, which I believe is about to begin. I think a couple of updates are about to get underway. Classic did 2-0 Jeshi. Important to take note of. Classic taking down his opponent. Meanwhile, Wayne mid-series against DRG. That was another series that I was keeping my eye on, but DRG was MIA at the start of the tournament, so I had to find something else instead. But they are currently in game. So best of luck to both Wayne and DRG. The winner faces off against Gumiho in the next round. Spirit versus Cyan, currently ongoing. Coffee versus Lambo in a TVZ, currently ongoing as well. Winner against Max Packs. You got Rainer versus Uwu Thermal over in the land of Europe. You do love to see it. Shout out to you, Thermal. He's been a little bit more active recently. It's been really cool to see. Again, he's more of a content man nowadays, but we always do have a soft place in our hearts for Euthermal as well. We have it on record. Euthermal has told us before that we're his favorite team. That the CranKy Ducklings. Feels good, man. A lot of that is most likely because at the time when he said that, we had Vindicta and Dolan on our team. So of course his Terran boys were with us. But you know, I'm sure he still has the same sentiment. Copian. Scrolling down a little bit further here, we have Nightmare, of course, facing off against Cure in the next round. We have Hero taking down Rex 2-0. Hero going to be facing off against the winner of Cure and Nightmare. We have Showtime. Sorry, we have Stats versus Creator leading into Clem. Oh, the TVP is popping. They're not stopping. As I quickly just set things up. Beautiful. Just want to make sure that everything is looking good as the videos are getting underway for our next series. Beautiful. Okay, now we can focus. Firefly versus Ashbringer in a PvP. We have Mana taking down Oriana 2-0. Mana versus Dark about to begin. Winner faces off against SOS in the next round. And then this is where we are. At the very bottom of the bracket. We have Oliveira taking down Armani 2-0. And we have Oliveira versus Showtime up next in a TVP. The winner faces off against Ryung in the next round. Let us go. So that is the current path that we're on here. Basically, Oliveira versus Showtime into Ryung, into most likely Dark. Potentially SOS or Mana could cause an upset there, but that is kind of the forecast for what's going to be on the channel. And you can hear the beeps. The videos are done. We're diving into game number 1 of our TVP. Let's go. Let us go. Back before the Ducklings were in the big leagues. And I was and am your favorite Peruvian. Say it, light. Say it. Ooh. Oh my god. I can't lie to you, Smile. I can't lie to you, papi. Ay, ay, ay. My favorite Peruvian. It has to be Ryu. It has to be Ryu. He's my son. He's my papi. Mi hijito. And here we go. We're getting into our next game. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Golden Aura, we have the Chinese Terran player, the reigning world champion representing Dragon Kaiser Gaming. It is Oliveira. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the German Protoss representing Berlin International Gaming. Big. It is Showtime. You know, I know it's sacrilege to even think about Big Gabe or Hero Marine being on a different team. You know, he's been on Mouse since his own inception, actually, let alone the team's inception. Been on it since the dawn of time, essentially. But if Hero Marine ever had to join a different team, Big is suitable. It's made for him, Pop. It's made for him. He could be big Gabe instead of just big Gabe. Crazy. Ay. One day. Maybe we'll have like a collaboration or something. But regardless, we're just getting into our game. For the time being, we have an interesting opener. Oliveira going for a double gas opener, going for a reactor first on the racks. Okay, we're getting into double Reaper production. Meanwhile, the factory is thrown down further back here in the main base, which means this probe will not see, doesn't have the range, does not have the vision to get eyes on this. Oh god, no! As the SCV is barely forced back. But he doesn't quite have the vision to get eyes on what the follow-up is going to be, so Showtime is in the dark as to what's going on. For all he knows, it's a Rax expand into a CC on the high ground. Back at home, we also have an economic opener here out of Showtime as well, getting into his adept. Trying to get a read on what exactly is going on, and no, that is not going to be Reapers, that is going to be Marines here from Oliveira. Okay, obviously there's no add-on swap because the factory is a little bit too far away. From here we can go straight into a starport, and there it is, starport in production, tech lab as well. We shouldn't be seeing an add-on swap here either. We can actually go straight into tanks. This could be a tank drop. I'm feeling a tank drop, but we'll see. But now we have our tech of choice for Showtime. It is going to be a Stargate opener into, I imagine, Phoenixes. If our Protoss player wanted to be a little bit more aggressive, we could see Oracles instead. You know, we have options. Hello, Maestro. Slow, bro. Papi, ga. And complete. Casino for us degenerates? Later, Papi, later. It's too early to be a degenerate. Too early. We'll get the Gamba going. For now, there it is. A tank is on the way. Medevac as well for the eventual drop of Oliveira. Very aggressive build here. A 1-1-1 off of one base. This is basically a one base all-in. There is no natural. One base all-ins are a little bit rare. But I think the last time I saw a Terran player go for a one base all-in in TVP, outside of proxies of course, was Oliveira on Near Humanity. Did something very similar. I think it was in WTL. And here we go, medevac drop is going to be pushing out already. Oh my god, the Phoenix is going to shut it down though. Phoenix does keep up, gets a lot of hits already on that medevac. Behind this, tank is on the way, Liberator as well. We should be pulling some SCVs with this. There we go. Boys are being pulled, and we are completely all in on one base. And Showtime back at home. Is he ready for this? We have a second gate on the way, shield battery in the main base, one shield battery at the natural, overcharge is going to be available. We're going for a robo. We're taking up quite a lot, and it looks like now we realize what's going on. Showtime, he sees the army, sees the tank as well. Second shield battery is on the way. He's warping in whatever he can as quickly as possible, but is it going to be enough? The tank has arrived, gets a volley off. We need to very quickly leapfrog forward. Beast is trying to catch some reinforcements, and they may catch some Marines, even the Liberator. The Lib is going to go down. A big pick off here for Showtime. He gets the Libs, he gets some SCVs. Bunkers are on the way. Tanks encroaching upon the natural base. Take down the pylons. They depower one of the shield batteries. The second shield battery goes down. And so will the third. And soon the fourth as well. And Immortal is in production. We do pick up one of the tanks. But there are too many Marines. One tank is going to go down. That's a lot of Phoenixes. We're going to get the second tank as well. The medevac falls. The bunkers, they just now finished, but it may just be too late. Oliveira, he is running out of steam. The Phoenixes, they just went to town, and there just wasn't enough anti-air. We have 4 Phoenixes left. First Liberator has arrived. Yeah, we just go straight for the tank as well. Immortal barely survives. We do have additional tanks on the way, but no, they're gonna get picked up. Not like this. They should be picked up anyway. There we go. Oliveira gonna try and save it, but it's too little too late. Oh! Oh my god. Tank does go down. And GG gets caught. Showtime! He does barely hold on. He shuts down all the tanks, and he takes game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Again, Showtime ahead of time, he was able to get on top of, remember, the reinforcing Liberator, which I'm sure added a lot. Able to get on top of the tanks as well. Very well done here, very well defended by Showtime. Things are looking dire early on, but he was able to just build up his Phoenix count, able to shut down those tanks before they got out of hand. And without the tanks, there wasn't really much else to the push. There just wasn't really much else threatening the army and threatening the bases of Showtime. And yeah, with that, GG. GG, well played. Showtime one game away from advancing on into the next round. Uno más, papi. Uno más is all he needs. And as we load into a larger map, I imagine we're going to be seeing a natural. I imagine we're not going to be seeing a one-base all-in this time, at least not from the Terran. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Solaris, we have the Chinese Terran player, the reigning world champion, down in the series, representing KranKy Z Gaming. It is Oliveira. And spawning in the top right, we have his opponent, we have the German Protoss, representing Berlin International Gaming. It is Showtime. He's big. Quite big. Quite large. And as we load into Solaris, again, to reiterate, I don't expect Oliveira to go for another one-base all-in. It's the kind of build that I expect on Golden Aura, maybe Hard-Led, maybe Oceanborn as well. Some very aggressive maps in the map pool. But here on Solaris, I feel like things are going to be calming down a little bit more. We should be getting into our natural base, into our third base as well. My eyes are going to be on Oliveira as to how he approaches this. And Showtime, I'm sure, going to be more of a reactive player here. A Stargate opener would make a lot of sense from our Protoss. Here we go. And Showtime is just going for that Gate Cyber expand. Nothing too crazy. Everything by the book. Everything by the book so far. As Oliveira likewise only went for a single gas geyser here in the main base, so this time we don't have a prioritization of factory production. He's going straight for that Rex into CC on the low ground. Economic opener. Economic opener. We're getting a game. We're getting to our economies. We're getting into hopefully more of a back and forth. Personally, again, I want to see an ace match. I want to see a game 3 out of these players, but not going to be on me. Going to be on our players here. We have that factory follow-up. This confirms, of course, that this is not going to be a 3 racks. Rex expands can lead into a 3 ranks, and I guess that's on my mind because if you remember, a couple of days ago in the ESL Open Cup of Americas, that was all that Beyond was doing. Beyond was just constantly 3-raxing over and over and over again against all these Protoss players with mixed success. Again, 3-racks, it's quite an old build. It's a little more old school and out of fashion nowadays. Thankfully, Oliveira not quite adopting that right now. Not yet, at least. And we have our tech of choice, Showtime, as he harasses with his Adept. He's got a second Adept on the way. It is not a Stargate. It's a Twilight Council. Twilight Council opener here out of Showtime. The Adepts, they do rock up. Ooh, no bunker. Uh-oh. No bunker here for Oliveira. He does start a step forward. He takes down one of the Adepts. But he's going to be bleeding out a lot of Marines. 2 Marines remaining. So we do commit to the shade and get the hell out of there. Just waiting for another Adept to rock up. Yeah, for those wondering, usually you get a safety bunker here for this scenario where you can safely hide your Marines in said bunker and hold on to your mineral line and your base. Alas, we can see that Oliveira has been just a little bit greedier here instead. Thankfully, he doesn't lose any SCVs. That's what's important. Didn't lose any workers. Lost Marines, but, you know, Marines, they're meant to die. Feels bad, man. Feels bad, but, you know, they're quite expendable in the Terran army. Behind this, we're getting into interesting. A bit of a 2-on-1 setup. Should be working on a 3rd Rex behind this. We have a tech lab on the starport. If this was any other player, I would say, oh, he's going to be getting into Ravens, and that's still applicable. I'm sure he will eventually get a Raven. But first up, we have a Banshee. Again, this has been very popular amongst the Korean Terran players in TVP. It started with Byakuya and Maru, and it has since spread out to Kyor, to Oliveira, to Ryung as well. We shouldn't be over-investing. This should be one Banshee. We'll see if he makes additional. But one Banshee just to move out across the map, just to threaten bases and harass, and then we get into Raven production. So we'll see what comes of this. Meanwhile, back at home, Showtime is just getting into Blink. It is going to be a 2-gate Blink opener. So 2-gate Blink into a third base, very economic here. As we have mentioned in the past, these Blink openers, there are different variations of them, different forms of aggression. There's 2-gate, there's 3-gate and 4-gate as well. We can see 2 gateways just leads into a fast third. So just very economic here at a Showtime. Meanwhile, we delay the Raven. We're going for a medevac after the Banshee. Okay, we're pushing. Oliveira going to be sending it across the map here. Does run into an army though, and Showtime doing a great job at slowing this down. As the armies are distracted though, we do have a backstab. The Banshee does rock up, and we're going straight for the middle line. No cloak. There is no cloak, and we do not get a single worker. Ay. Oliveira may be hoping that Showtime would be a little bit distracted. Blink is done, and Banshee barely does escape. Now the Banshees, oh god no! As it's gonna go down. A bit of an A move there from the Banshee. That was not worth it. Didn't get any economic damage done. And now we can focus on our push here at the third base. Tanks do siege, but the Marines are running out of steam. A lot of these Marines are going down. We're focusing down the tanks as well. We trade 1 Immortal for 2 tanks. Stalkers do arrive, and there just isn't enough here. Oliveira is going to lose everything, and he's going to have to back off. Okay, that was a really rough trade. Trading 2 tanks for 1 Immortal. Showtime keeps his third base alive. The Banshee was thrown away as well and didn't get any economic damage done. Oliveira is in a rough place. He just loses everything that he was building up towards. And that is 2 more Raxes. Oh my. That is 5 Raxes in total here from Oliveira. I'm curious. So he's going up to 5 Raxes, true, but this doesn't have to mean an all-in. I'm feeling a 2-base all-in, but Oliveira, he can still focus on this second push with +1, with stim, with combat shields and concussive shell with all these upgrades, and he can still throw down a 3rd CC behind it. It's still going to be a very committed attack out of Oliveira, but doesn't necessarily have to be all-in. Not yet. I'm leaning towards that direction. I'm leaning towards it. As the observer is caught out. Here's the Unsiege. And Oliveira is going to be pushing. Immediately, Showtime, he has to get a read on this. Hallucination is moving out. And he's going straight for the main base. He isn't checking the natural. And there we go. The boys are being pulled. It is a 2-base all-in. And now we know. Phoenix does confirm the lack of saturation, and on its way back, I'm sure sees the army moving out. Now there is no splash damage. We have charge and blink. And sentries. Where are the force fields? Up! Decent force fields on the ramp. Decent. Boys, they rotate around without Colossi, without Storm. Hey, Oliveira, he can pull this off. There we go, the tanks are getting within range. Overcharge is from trying to keep this army alive. The SCVs, can we hold? The Immortals are going ham. They focus on 1, they focus on 2 of the tanks, but 1 tank survives. And we can keep on pushing. We have broken through. We get on top of the shield battery. We get on top of the Stalkers. 25 SCVs went down, but we take the game. GG gets called, and Oliveira will tie up the series 1-1. GG. GG, well played. Again, it took Showtime a little bit too long to realize what was going on. Showtime was in the middle of expanding and taking a 4th base as well, being very greedy there by Showtime. And alas, he just wasn't able to react in time, wasn't able to prepare himself in time for the all-in. And with that, we have a game 3. We have an ace match. Here we go. Also, So letting in. Mistakes were made, Papi. Mistakes were made. I may have had some pasta before going live today. I've had some pasta and oh god. Having a bunch of carbs this late in the day, I need to wake up. I need to stretch. Let's go. As we load into the ace match and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the Chinese Terran player, the reigning world champion, tying up the series 1-1 in the last game, representing KranKy Gaming. It is Oliveira. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the German Protoss, representing Berlin International Gaming. It is showtime. I mean, the pasta was good. Yeah, it was good. It was good pasta. It was good. Don't get me wrong, but also makes me sleepy. Which is not good when it comes to casting a Night of StarCraft. The night is still young. It's still young. We're still in the early rounds. We have plenty more hours ahead of us here of some KungFu Cup action, of some KFC. So, you know, we gotta be alert. Gotta be alert. As for now, we have an SCV moving out across the map, going for an eBay block here. Did go the long way around, avoiding the main scouting path, the main scouting pattern. And we throw down that eBay. So if you have been tuning into the KranKy Ducklings, you would have realized that this has been very trendy over the past 2-3 weeks. We've been seeing a lot of this in TVP. Every single series, the Terran player at some point does go for an eBay block, and this is the most dangerous map here. Showtime is forced to take the unnatural natural. He is exposing himself. And Oliveira is going for the factory. So initially this looks like a Rax expand, but this is a very flexible opener, and Oliveira, upon noticing, oh, that's not good. Upon noticing that he does force the unnatural natural, he's going for a faster factory, going for an add-on swap. This should be for Hellions, and Oliveira is looking to punish Showtime and try to pull him apart in between his natural and his main base, because he is so exposed and so spread out. Now, Oliveira, how you typically approach this is you do pull out of the eBay before it's done, so you can cancel it and get the refund. But this was completed, and this is not intentional. This was a mistake. So a bit of an oversight from Oliveira, and Showtime is turning the tables on Oliveira. He's going for his own proxy gateway. Pilot is done. Gateway has been thrown down. Let's go. The aggression is being turned up to 11 for both players, especially because Oliveira, he goes for the add-on swap. He's not going for Hellions. He's going for Cyclones instead. I do like this a little bit more. Hellions, obviously, they can do an amazing job killing workers. Cyclones, they can do more than that. They can kill the army and then kill the workers. eBay's on the way. We have the CC on the high ground. Second Rax as well. Boy, will Oliveira come across the proxy? He could try to shut that down. Stalkers are revealed. Shield battery on the way, and yeah, we're just zooming across the map. This is going to be a bit awkward here for Oliveira. There are those Hellions. Hellions are on the way. Oh. As we get a couple of hits in, but the shield battery is done. These Cyclones are already taking some hits. Yeah, we have 2 more Stalkers being warped in. Again, we are on 3 gateways even. And Oliveira, he's just not really finding much success here. He has to back off. Like, these Hellions and Cyclones are so fragile. And we have to retreat. Now, thankfully, we're not all in. We do have a CC on the high ground to land on location. But Oliveira has lost a lot of momentum here, and Showtime is pushing. The bunker isn't done. The Cyclones, we have to retreat. We have to give up the low ground. Showtime busting into the main base. Again, 3-gate aggression. Snowballing out of control. The target fire. He gets a Cyclone. Gets 1. He's going to get 2 Cyclones. Marines are falling. Boys are being pulled as well. This is snowballing out of control. 1 tank does come out just in time. And the tank will force Showtime back. Oof, it's a lot of hits. So Oliveira is holding at the same time. He gets across the map, but no, Showtime, he warps in just in time. Hellions, they find no damage. They scout the main, they confirm the Twilight Council, and that is a 4th gateway. Oh, and we cancel Blink. Interesting, okay. Blink is cancelled, charges on the way instead, so 4-gate charge. And we're just containing Oliveira to 1 base. We don't have to force the issue. We don't have to push up the ramp. Containing for as long as we can is already a win here for Showtime. We can expand, take a 3rd base. There we go, 3rd is on the way. Natural base is being taken from Oliveira. If we wanted to, we could even commit to the shade and force some friendly fire out of these tanks. Showtime, he's got options. That's more gateway. Oh my god. That's a 5th and a 6th gateway on the way. We may just go up to 8 gates, like 3 base 8-gate charge. Just send it. Very possible here. As Showtime again, he's just spreading out his army, looking to shut down any kind of drop play or any move outs, containing Oliveira to 2 bases while he gets his 3rd up and running. Waiting for charge. Okay, he's not going all in. He is taking up even further. That's a Templar Archives for Archons. If we're going into a longer game, we should be seeing a Forge for +1. The lack of Forge is a little bit concerning as we dive in. We do dive on top of the tanks, and they're just so exposed, and we may not even need the Archons. We focus on 2 of the tanks. There's 1 left. There is 0 left. The repairs are not good enough. GG gets called, and Showtime will take the series 2-1, eliminating Oliveira. GG. GG, well played. Showtime will advance on, taking the series 2-1. And yeah, you know, like we saw the Showtime, he was taking a 3rd base, he was taking up into Archons as well, he was going for a bit of a gateway explosion. Didn't need any of that. He was working on the next step, but he had done so much damage already, and Oliveira just was woefully underprepared there at the natural. If he had maybe had some bunkers, some Sim City, maybe he would have been better prepared. I'm sure he just was not expecting charge. That's something that I should also put some focus on, is that he saw the Twilight Council, he saw it researching, and it's just very standard to go into Blink, right? And if you have Blink, you don't really need to worry about Sim City. You know, tanks in position is all you really have to be worried about. The charge dots, I'm sure, caught Oliveira off guard, which is why he wasn't ready for them, and just like that, Showtime, he was able to take the series in the end. And with that, we are getting ready for our next best of 3. !B in the chat. You're going to get a link to the Liquipedia page and also to the challenge brackets, and we can have a look together from the top. We got a lot to catch up on. The tournament has been progressing, and from the very top, we do have Solar taking down White 2-0, currently facing off against Geralt. Again, we predicted, or we anticipate, that Solar should be able to face off against Bjorn in that 3rd round, but we'll see if Geralt can put a stop to him. Geralt has been looking damn good recently. Meanwhile, Bunny versus Classic has commenced, and a pretty intense TVP is currently ongoing. Ooh, we have DRG taking down Wayne in the 1st round. I was hoping that maybe Wayne could make some magic happen, that we could see like a game 3 there, or more of a back and forth, but DRG does take it 2-0. Wayne has been eliminated, and DRG is facing off against Gumiho. Winner of that goes up against Spirit in the next round. Spirit is waiting in round number 3. Meanwhile, Lambo took down Coffee 2-1. Coffee took him to the ace match. Very impressive there from Coffee. Again, Coffee is one of the best, or he's 2nd best Terran in all of China, and for him to force Lambo into the ace match, very impressive stuff out of Coffee. As Lambo and MaxPax are facing off, winner goes up against Raynor, so a battle of the Europeans. MaxPax, Lambo, and Raynor all in the same portion of the bracket. That's going to be some really good matches, actually. Some really solid series going on there. Wish them the best of luck. As we scroll down a little bit further to our half of the bracket instead, we do have Cure facing off against Nightmare. Winner goes up against Hero. We have Clem versus Creator as well. guess I have to find my series. Never mind. Beautiful. But yeah, we have Clem versus Creator, as Creator took down Stats 2-1. They went to the ace match. Do love to see it. Did go all the way to the ace match. Winner of that goes up against Firefly in the next round. So some more TVPs going on. And we also have at the very bottom of the bracket our series. We have Dark taking down SOS 2-0. Dark is waiting for the winner of our series. Showtime versus Ryung into Dark. That is where our attention is focused on. There are a lot of really good matches though. Like part of me wants to maybe try to catch Rainer versus Max Pax. It's like that's such a juicy ZVP. Something that we don't really get to cast too much here on this channel because we're always covering the Koreans. We very rarely get to cast the Europeans. So Rainer versus Max Pax is going to be really good. Solar versus Björn is going to be really good as well. Again, a lot of really high quality matches, but we already have our kind of trajectory here. We already have our trajectory here, as you know, we have our series lined up and we may as well follow it here. Maybe after the Dark series, especially if he doesn't have an opponent, then we can find another series. We can like shop around and try to find another matchup in another portion of the bracket. Of course, there are a lot of English streams going on tonight as well, and we're all spreading out as best we can. I know there's Steadfast who's casting. Who else? I think Roddy. I think Rotterdam is also live on his channel. So yeah, plenty of other English streams are going on, and I'm sure they all have their own series as well. So yeah, hopefully not too much to worry about. Hopefully, I'm pretty sure. Actually, I'm pretty sure Roddy would be covering Rainer, right? 100%. He'd be covering his boy. So they got you covered there. So we need to get things ready. The players. Oh no, never mind. I was gonna say the players are conducting their vetoes, but vetoes have concluded, and we have our next series. Also, fun fact, that last series, we weren't the only English streams. It was us alongside Wardy, and it looks like Wardy has peeled off. It looks like he is hunting down a different series. I don't know which one, but he's looking for something else. And we are the only casters in Showtime versus Ryung. Let's go. We know what we want. We know. We want some tuna, Papi. We want the tuna, Terran. How could I deny him? As the videos are done, and we are loading on in. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of the Hecate, we have the German Protoss player. Representing Berlin International Gaming, he just took down the reigning world champion. It is showtime. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player. Representing Team Onside, it is Ryung. Shin pasta. I didn't make pasta out of instant noodles. That's the next level of degeneracy. Next level. Shaking my head. That does sound tasty though. Next time. It's like, although making pasta with instant noodles, the potential, it's there. Shaking my head. Catching up in the chat. As for now, we do see Ryung just chilling back at home. We are going for a Rax expand. We do have only a single gas being taken here from our Terran player, so it should be an economic opener out of Ryung for the time being. I expect this to be more of a standard setup here compared to what we saw from Oliveira. Oliveira was just hyper aggressive in that last game, constantly trying to be in the face of Showtime, at least until the third game where the roles were reversed a little bit. But at least this time Showtime is able to expand on location without too much issue. Yeah. Geralt and Cyril should make a 2v2 team called Geralt. I stand. What's wrong with you? What's you have to shake? I'm shaking my head. Shaking my head. It's the other game again. Economic opener here out of Ryang, going for a racked expand into factory. Likewise, economic opener out of Showtime. Workers just moving out, just trying to get a read on each other. Reaper is on the way. I'm just catching up in the chat. Catching up. Max X Ranger probably. Still in the first map versus Lambo. Yeah, I imagine they're being covered by Roddy. I mean, they've got that. It's fine. We'll stay split up. I'm happy for that. Wardy's on the solo series? Yeah. Makes sense. Like, the solo series against Bjorn is looking really good. So it makes sense that they would split up in those directions. It's okay. It's okay. We know what we want. Behind this, we're getting into our second racks as well. So, yeah, we do have quite an aggressive start here, actually. So, Ryang, instead of going for a 1-1-1, instead of going for his starport, he delays his starport in favor of a second rack. So, he's going to be building up quite a large army, quite a large ground force. Now, it's a bit of a double-edged sword. This means that Ryang, he's going to have a big power spike when he moves out. This is true. But on the downside, he has to rely on this Reaper to scout. He won't have an early medevac drop, like a mine drop or a marine drop or anything to scout his opponents. He does get eyes on the starport, though. The Stargate even does see the Oracle. Ryang is getting in position. He has his first Cyclone. Second Cyclone is on the way, again, to just deal with this Oracle. Important to take note of as well is that Showtime is going for an Oracle first. Interesting choice. A very aggressive variation here. God, I'm dying. Aggressive opener out of Showtime. Looking for some economic damage, but alas, he does not find a way in. He knows he got scouted, he backs off. He takes the third. So yeah, just really interesting to go for a Stargate opener and not to go Phoenixes. That's what I'm putting emphasis on here. The fact that he went Oracle instead, looking for some damage, less so looking for like a secure mid-game. Going Adepts alongside this as well. We'll see if Showtime can kill any SCVs. We shall see. They can go chase whatever trendy players they want. True, true. I've got my tuna here, okay? We're good. I'm happy with my tuna, Terran. So now Stasis traps are being thrown down. Again, we have Marines at the natural. Cyclones in the main. We should be safe and secure against these Oracles. We should be, but it's also possible that Showtime still is able to find some damage as he threatens a dive into that natural. He gets one SCV, but only one. Behind this, because we haven't seen any Phoenixes, we should be seeing charge, and there it is. Twilight Council into charge. So we're just switching into a ground-oriented army. Charge us alongside Colossus here. We have the Bay on the way. As the Oracles take a lot of hits. So again, the downside here is that honestly, Showtime has very little map presence. He has these two Oracles, and that's really all that he has, and he's taking heavily. It's going to take a while here to get into his first Colossus and to get into his charge lots. We have a backup Phoenix on the way to help out. So Showtime is vulnerable, and that push that we were talking about, it's about to hit. Upgrades are kicking in. +1 is done. Here comes the first double drop. We're keeping everything else back at home. We're still building up our forces, but the double drop is soon to hit. And is Showtime going to have much to deal with it? We have an army. I'm chilling here at the third base. Charge is about to finish up. And we may recall into the main. Thankfully, we do have a Phoenix patrolling, but the double drop is going to miss the Phoenix, so the Phoenix is going to miss the double drop. But the Observer won't. Notice Showtime immediately does rotate over. Scan reveals it. Ryang is going to get a pylon, at least. Yeah, pylon. Going to get at least a pylon in the main. Thor getting the hell out of there. But alas, not really the damage he was looking for. He wanted a little bit more out of that. Behind this, Ryung working on his third TC. Meanwhile, Showtime has his first Colossus. With the arrival of this Colossus, he should be safe and sound against any kind of bio push. I know that Ryung is consolidating his forces and could threaten a move out, but against this kind of army, especially on top of these ramps, with sentries and force fields, no shot. There's no way we can break this. As long as Showtime is, of course, paying attention. As stasis traps are being thrown down, second Colossus is about to pop out as well. Up. Ryung, he does bait out some of those stasis traps. But the Revelation is thrown down. Again, we have two Colossi and Ryung has to back up. Fourth base is being snuck out. As the Widow Mines, they do go down. The fourth base is slowly going to get up and running, and Ryung is going to go for some drop play instead. Another stasis! Oh my, where are... They're everywhere. The Phoenixes. Showtime is all over this. Keeping up with Ryung at every turn. Shutting him down. He's, of course, lacking in Blink Stalkers, but he has plenty of Phoenixes. And Ryung is in some trouble. He is in some trouble as the armies will be pushing up this ramp. Mine gets baited out. Gonna go down as well. And Showtime actually retreats. He backs up. I'm a little bit surprised. Honestly, I think he could have kept going. Like, Showtime is up in supply. He's got 3 Colossi. He's getting his 4th up and running as well. I'm just drinking water. We're all good, Pap. You're all good. But yeah, Showtime is just getting into the mid game here, being pretty passive actually. He's been threatening like the map itself. He's been moving out, yes, but he hasn't committed to any kind of major attack. He's content just chilling here on 4 bases, oversaturated, soon to take a 5th. Getting into double disruptor production, diversifying his splash damage. He's all over this, and it does feel like Ryung is 1 step behind here. He's got +1 ship weapons on the way. He's getting into Vikings, but Showtime, he's already got his Colossus count. He's already got 3. From here, Ryung, he needs to start thinking about ghosts, not just ghosts, but also liberators as well, but we're not there yet. The armies are maxing. In a head-to-head fight, I want to give the edge to Showtime if he brings everything together. But for now, it's going to be on Ryung to try to go for some split pushes and try to pull Showtime apart. But, oh god, he's just... This is the Showtime of old. It's literally, it's the Mao, it's the wall right now. We have cannons, shield batteries on the way, stasis traps. Showtime is splitting up his army. He's expecting a counterattack. He's expecting a push of some kind. He's waiting for it. But Ryung, he's content to just chill. He's he's not giving him what he wants. Second starport is on the way. Fusion core as well. We were talking about liberators, and that's exactly what's on the horizon here for Ryung. Here we go, he's pushing. Big EMPs. Oof. But there's not enough here. Ryung, he does lose ground. Has to back off at the same time, pushing in on the left-hand side. But we have so much to defend. Oh my god. Cannons, shield batteries, a Colossus. Oh no! Thankfully, the ghost to escape, but Ryung does get caught. And so far, Showtime has done a great job at just absorbing all these attacks. Mine shots go up, but don't quite bring anything down. Looking at the unit stat, we are up to 6 disruptors. At this point, I wouldn't be opposed to Showtime even throwing down some Stargates and a Fleet Beacon, but instead we're going for DTs. Just another way to take up. As Showtime is maxed. Oh, the Ghost! No! Ghost is gonna go down. we go. Showtime going to be threatening that push. At the same time, Ryung coming from behind. Also threatening surround. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Showtime, he cannot push up this ramp. Otherwise, he will be surrounded. So he has to retreat. There's one Colossus back at home to defend. But it's going to be enough. And the armies just have been posturing, and because Showtime has been so defensive and so passive, even though he's been the one that's been maxed out for the past couple of minutes, now Ryung, Lib Range. Lib Range is on the way, Liberators are in production as well. He is refining his army, and with the addition of all these Liberators, he's actually going to be able to go toe-to-toe with Showtime. He will soon be able to fight him head-on. And there's the Fleet Beacon. There are the Stargates. Again, this is something that I would have liked to have seen earlier, when this 5th base was getting established. When we mentioned it, basically. So this could have been a little bit faster here from Showtime. It's on the way nonetheless. But we'll see if it's too late. As Ryung is just killing his own units, making room for more Liberators. And it's all about Libs at this point. Libs, Ghosts, Vikings. Let's say Vikings, more the Bio Army. Here we go. The Freedom has arrived. The Freedom is here. Prism going to be sneaking past the army. As Ryung does push forward. The Novas! Had decent splits, but some decent connections as well. As Ryung is trying to gain ground here, threatening this base. And Showtime, he just can't push into the Freedom zones. He cannot push in. The Libs just edging ever closer here onto the bases. At the same time, we do see Showtime, he hasn't moved this army. But this base is going to go down. You can see that Ryung, he just bullies the army back. There's no way to push in. No way to engage. Not without some Skydoss. And there it is, we're making 3 Tempests at a time. And that is the answer to Liberators. We bring the Tempest forward. Base goes down. Tempest has been revealed, and we're going straight for the main. Oh my god. Going straight for a Doom Drop into the main base. And we can potentially dive on top of these Stargates. On top of the production. Plus 3 ship weapons are on the way. 1 Stargate goes down. The Fleet Beacon as well. Big Picos here from Ryung. Getting a lot of tech. Up. The Novas. The Nova's not quite connecting. And Ryung is losing a lot here. This is what, like 7 Liberators going down? We get the Dark Shrine. We do get the Dark Shrine in the end. Another army here on the left-hand side. Trying to deny these bases. The Freedom. The Freedom has arrived, and we will force a cancel. Ryung is doing quite a lot here. Another Medivacs! Medivacs are being hunted down, and we lost a lot in this trade. We lost 8 Liberators. Lost some Ghosts, Vikings, Marines, the rest of this drop as well. We barely do get the Cybercore towards the end. And there's only 1 Stargate left. The Fleet Beacon hasn't been rebuilt. Sorry, 2 Stargates. Fleet Beacon hasn't been rebuilt. We're still hyperfixated on a ground army, which means making more starports, making more libs. This is the right call. This is the right call to make. Because Showtime is triple expanding. Taking every base he can, all at once. All he needs is one of them to get up and running. And Ryung has to lick his wounds as well. He threw away a lot of supply. It's going to take him a little bit longer to really be active once again. And here comes Showtime. Collapsing on this army. The Tempests are going ham. We need to deal with these Tempests. A decent EMP catches 2 of them. But where are the Vikings? Where are the Vikings? Where's the anti-air? We do force a cancel on one of these next eye. And We can keep pushing. Meanwhile, Planetary finishes, but it's going to be going down. The Liberators are doing what they can, but the Tempest, they make short work of them, and Ryung is going to be losing his entire army down here. He's racing back home. As we actually force a recall. Oh my god. Does force a recall. But Ryung, I feel like he's in control here. We're making more Vikings, more Liberators. We've been denying so many bases. Showtime finally getting a 5th base up and running, which has been scanned. Showtime double expanding once again. Pushing on the left-hand side. The Liberators are out of position. And Planetary is going to be going down. Ryung going for a base raid instead. Get some cannons, get some Nexus. Ah, sorry. I'll get some water after this. I'll get some water. As I do see Showtime pushing on through. We're going for a base raid essentially. We're going full base raid at this point. Scratch that. wait, we're coming back home. Showtime turning back around. What do we have left? We have 4 Colossi, 3 Tempest, a couple of Disruptors. The DT's going ham. We do have a scan, thankfully. And Ryung, he doesn't have to commit, but here we go. The Vikings going ham here, going straight for the Tempest, actually. One finally goes down. After so long, 1 Tempest will fall, but we still have 2 left. And Showtime, he can keep on pushing. Everything's just rotating over. Showtime barely has 1 base mining here towards the top left, and not for too long. That's what's terrifying, is that Showtime, he doesn't have any mining happening at the moment. He's running out of money. He's so heavily oversaturated here. He's up in workers, but again, no mining going on. It's going to be a kill, not a cancel on the Nexus. Ryung rotating everything over. Ryung, he's up in army supply. He's got mules. And he's up to, how many? 6 Vikings, 9 Libs. And we're just forcing the army back. And we're zoning Showtime away from his real mining base. Barely has anything left of the Archon. Oh my, that's a lot of Archons. As they're breaking on in. Decent EMPs though. But there's just too much on the ground. Showtime, he is barely breaking through. We had like 10 Archons and 2 survive, but everything else busts through as well. And Ryung, he lost his entire army. He's racing back home. He had all these libs here on the right-hand side. They weren't helping. We needed those Liberators. The Ghost as well. And Showtime now can push out. I don't think we can push up this ramp, but regardless. Denying another one of these bases. Good pickoffs overall from Ryung. Oh, can we finally get the Tempest? Barely not. Showtime is looking for a way up this ramp towards the 3rd base, but the freedom! So many liberation zones are forcing Showtime back once again. The Marauders, they don't quite get a kill in this space. Gonna be main-arting our probes over. Showtime, can he get on top of these bases? Can he deny this mining? There's barely anything to defend. But this is keeping Showtime in this. Keeping his economy alive. Oh no, the medevac! No! Medevac is being shut down. I mean, we're catching a couple of workers here and there, but it looks like for the most part, Showtime, he has just surpassed Ryung here. Ryung has been staying on a very low worker counts. He barely has any mining left himself. He cannot max out. Showtime can. Here we go. Big EMPs on the army. Massive EMP. Oh, the Novas! Not quite connecting. A good fight from Ryung. Like, he still has a massive army. It's one of those things that we've spoken about before where Ryung has a massive army, but he doesn't have the economy to really sustain himself, so he's got some good fights. He has some good fights in him, but not much more than that. He has to make them count. We're getting back into Tempest production. Tempest on the way once again, denying mining here at the planetary. Ryung going for his own counterattack as well. There's one shield and we can go for the base. We force a recall. Stalkers and Archons, they do come back home. Showtime doing a great job of just zoning out his opponents and denying so much mining time here at this forward base. Chelsea up, Chelsea EMPs, but one ghost goes down. Ay, ay, ay. There's a lot of potential here, and we get some decent liberation zones. But this planetary, I feel like we just can't really get it up and running. Not against all these Tempests. How many do we have now? 5. 7 Tempests. Oh my god. We were struggling to deal with 3, and now we have 7. Meanwhile, Ryung finally gets in. Remember, recall is on cooldown. Ryung may lose the base, but he's getting a base here towards the top left. Nexus is going to go down. We're diving in. I'm not too sure about this. Not so sure here as we just collapse on the Terran army. Archons are going ham, lives after reposition, and it's just too little too late. Showtime swallows Ryung up. And that's all he had left. I mean, he has the army towards the top left, which is racing back home, but that was every single Liberator. And Showtime is snowballing out of control. He has 2 bases mining, barely. Down to 35 probes. He's going to be forced to chase these SCVs down. Ryung is buying some time to rebuild, remax. Looking at the army tab, he has 1 Liberator left. 1 lib. Ay, ay, ay. And 3 Vikings? Yeah, 3 Vikings remaining. That's the problem. Like, I don't see a world where he can actually get on top of the Tempest, let alone the rest of the army. But even the Tempests on their own are terrifying. And with that, Showtime has run away with this. It was close. It was quite a back and forth, actually. A surprising back and forth. But Ryung, he had his moments this game. But it was not enough. A +3 air weapons kicking in for Showtime. Going to rotate around towards that third base. Like, there's a world, if maybe these Tempests get caught out of position, then maybe we can kill some of them, but until then, good positioning from Showtime, just pulling back, preserving his units, getting his bases back up and running, reprobing, now up to 45. Ryung just maybe hoping to catch a couple of stray units here and there. He's checking top left once again, but there's nothing here. Showtime, he's just taking some of Ryung's bases at this point. It's a lot of cannons. And yeah, basically Showtime is just fortifying himself here in the bottom right-hand corner of the map. Taking all these bases, and Ryung, he is slowly building up an army, but it's mainly Marine Marauder, just because it's cheap. Making more Marines, but against this kind of army, it's not ideal. Here we go, Showtime, he is pushing, he dives into the Planetary. Planetary is gonna fall. And this is gonna be the last defense here for Ryung, his final stand. As Showtime takes down the third base, and he can keep pushing. There's one ghost with this army, a couple of Vikings. But Showtime, he doesn't want to get caught off guard. Backs up. Catches a couple of Marines. I was about to say, oh, Showtime, he scanned the army. And I'm like, oh, wait, no, that's not. Just making sure we're keeping up with the movement of Showtime at least. Ryung is trying to keep up, trying to keep pace. You know, he's slowly making more Vikings, to be fair. The problem is that Showtime is maxed, and he's building up a bank, which means even if he takes a fight that doesn't go amazingly for him, we can always rebuild, and Ryung's still not maxed. Still working on it. Get some server. Does at least get an observer. Another base is being taken. That's the main. Main being lifted up. Landed towards the top left. And the armies may be forced to clash. I do think that Showtime can be a little bit more assertive. 100%. Like there's nothing stopping Showtime from pushing in. Outside of the fear of Ryung having a maxed out army. This is something to bear in mind, is that Showtime doesn't know the economic state of Ryung and how large the army is. So he's been very respectful, been very cautious with how he engages. Tempest just whittling away at the army. Another base is going to be going down. Showtime is just going for those fresh mining bases for what little is left of the economy of Ryung. SCV is going to be going down, and he has to fight, he has to engage. There's no turning back. And the first flank of Ryung's army does fall almost immediately. He's trying to engage. Good EMPs on those Archons. We're getting on top of the Tempest, but the ground army. The Colossus are breaking through. The Tempest still going ham, and Ryung barely doesn't have enough. GG gets called. Showtime will take game number 1. GG. GG. Well played. A solid game there out of Showtime. It was back and forth for quite some time, but eventually we saw that Ryung just wasn't able to stop the economy of Showtime. Showtime was able to successfully get into Sky Toss as well, get into this Tempest, and have his way with Ryung. GG. GG, well played. And with that, he takes the lead. That was only game 1, though. That was only game 1. We still have at least one more ahead of us. Hopefully more than that, hopefully. As our next game is going to be on Solaris. As from here, as soon as we get in the lobby, okay. 1 moment. I am going to quickly get some water. 1 moment. Okay, we're back. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Solaris, we have the German Protoss player representing Berlin International Gaming, leading the series 1-0. It is showtime. And spawning in the top right, and also in the bottom portion of the map, going for a proxy Rax, we have the South Korean Terran representing onside. It is Ryung. Here we go. We are going for said we're going for said Raxes here. As yeah, with this it should just be a proxy Reaper from Ryung. Just a single SCV moves out, so not the most committed proxy here from our Terran player. I'm curious if we're going to double down and actually commit to something else as well. As Showtime comes in for a scout, and Showtime confirms that the Rax is indeed missing. Where did we go, Pappy? Where did we go? And there it is, just going to be proxy Reaper. The SCV is sticking around. I'm curious if we're just going to be waiting to go in and maybe throw down a bunker behind the mineral patch, which is typically what this SCV is designed for. Throw down a bunker and deny extra mining, but for now we're just going to be chilling, just going to be patrolling. There it is, factory back at home. I was keeping my eye out to see if we were going to be going for like a proxy factory. This could still be a proxy starport actually, to go for like a Hellion drop. There is potential with this, as we are floating that Rax back, and there it is. There, oh my, Ryung. He is a bit of a Dolan fan here, as this is going to be an all-in. Let's go. A very trendy all-in. Now, if you've been tuning in, this is how Dolan beat Hero in ESL Americas. We did cast this yesterday, of course, in ESL Cup Americas. Oh, Reaper does go down. But Oliveira also did this against Trigger in WTL a couple of weeks ago. I believe Beyond did this as well. It's been going through the scene, going through a lot of these top tier Terran players. Dolan, Oliveira, Beyond, and now Ryung as well. So the way this works is it's an add-on swap, and we should be making 6... Oh, this is the Hellion version. Okay. We should be going for an add-on swap here for Cyclones, unless this is the Hellbat all-in variation. There are two different ones. One is Hellion, the other is Cyclone. But I imagine this is going to be Cyclones here. And we should be making 4 Cyclones at a time. There we go, 2 here at the proxy location and 2 here in the main. 4 at a time, and going mass Cyclone here. And if this goes unscouted, if Showtime doesn't piece together what's going on, then this is going to snowball out of control. Aye. I want to say, am I crazy? I think Beyond was the first to do this in GS. Well, did Beyond do this in GSL? I want to say he did. I want to believe. Until then, Hellions are going to be forced back. There it is. We have our first wave of Cyclones just building up here towards the south. Oh, it's going to be a Stargate opener from Showtime. We're building up the Phoenixes, which is okay. Of course, Phoenixes, they can CC and crowd control some of these Cyclones. That's true, but there's just going to be so many of them. More than anything, we need shield batteries. We need shield batteries, an overcharge, multiple shield batteries, not just one as well. But Showtime just doesn't really know what's going on. He hasn't gone in for a follow-up scout. Has been banking up these Phoenixes back at home instead of moving. And as a result, this is going to come in as a surprise. Showtime has no idea. There's 0 shield batteries. I was talking about at least 2. We have 0 shield batteries here at the natural. The boys have been pulled. These Phoenixes have no idea what's going on. And Ryung rocks up with his army. We have probes versus SCVs. Pylon is exposed, and it's going to be a miracle here if Showtime can shut this down. We do pick up some of these Cyclones. One of them is going to be falling, maybe a second as well. These Stalkers are doing a lot of damage here in the back line. Oof. But there's still 3 Cyclones remaining. And we have killed the entire mineral line. That's 19 workers going down. We break the natural base. Showtime trying to build up his forces in the main instead. We have an Immortal in production. Meanwhile, Ryung, he needs to push in. Like, killing the natural base is not good enough. He needs some urgency here. The more he waits, the closer we get to this Immortal. Ryung, he backs off. He's waiting for another round of reinforcements. He's not feeling too confident. And the Immortal arrives. Can we pull this off here? Again, the boys, they do dive on top of these Stalkers in the end, and we saw plenty. We saw plenty of Cyclones remaining. We can overwhelm and overpower this Immortal. And with that, everything will fall. GG gets called. Ryung ties up the series 1-1. GG. And that's worked better than normal. And a big reason for that, as we saw, no scout out of Showtime. He had no idea. There we go. He had no idea what was happening. He had no idea what was coming his way. And alas, Showtime was completely blindsided by Ryung's one base all in. Again, this build, we've seen it from a lot of Terran players already, but it still isn't common. I don't think I would go that far. It's still like popping up like once a week sort of thing, you know, once, maybe twice a week sort of thing. I know Dolan did it yesterday, but like even then, like it's still irregular and still something that isn't at the forefront of Protoss players' minds, not yet. So I'm sure as it kind of rises in popularity, more Protoss players are going to be more aware to scout and be a little bit more vigilant about getting an eye on things, making sure that, you know, there isn't a one base all in coming. We've already seen this fail. Trigger, I recommend, if you're a Protoss player out there and if you're like, oh my god, that's crazy, that's disgusting, tune into Trigger versus Oliveira on Oceanborn. In WTL, Trigger completely shut this down, but also like he was able to recognize what was happening ahead of time, and yeah, Trigger, he defended against this beautifully. But now we're getting into game number 3, into the ace match. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the German Protoss player representing Berlin International Gaming being forced into the ace match. It is Showtime. And spawning in the top left, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player representing Onside. It is Ryung. If I remember correctly, specifically Trigger, he didn't scout the proxy, but he did scout the one base all in, is what Trigger did, and it looked like he was going for a Hellion response. So Trigger, the way that he defended, he fully walled off, he got shield batteries of course, did respond with a robo, and he chronoed out his Immortal as well, and he was able to muster up a big enough army at his natural to actually hold on and defend. Again, it was really impressive. I remember Asher, we were casting it at the time, and we were like, clearly this is not Trigger's first time. Like, he was forged in the flames of NA, Bobby. He knows about the cheese. But now we're making it here into game number 3, into the ace match. And so far, so good. The Rax is back at home this time. Ryung looking to go for an economic opener. SCV is moving out, is going to be, this time, not delaying that expansion. As Showtime does go for a low ground wall, so even if there was an attempted eBay block, Showtime would be there to stop it. So, yeah, very solid setup here from our Protoss. Now, the downside to this is that he doesn't have his SimCity set up to defend and wall off the ramp, so the Reaper can dive into the main. But the advantage of this is that if there was an eBay block, then Showtime would be in position to scout it and to deny it as well. Specifically, a big reason for this is because eBay blocks on this map it's terrifying. It's very difficult to defend your bases here if you're split up between your main and your third base, whether it's the linear third or the triangular third. It's why earlier today we saw Oliveira also go for the eBay block on this very map. It didn't work. If you were here for it, it was brutal, but Showtime was able to shut Oliveira down. But again, like it can still be quite devastating. So Showtime is aware of that, gets his base on location, and he's going for a Twilight Council this time, not a Stargate. Again, the kind of third base locations are a little more exposed on this map, which is why you see a more rise in popularity in eBay blocks. But last here, we're just getting into our 1-on-1 follow-up. CC on the low ground here for Ryung. And he's going for a traditional mine drop. Like, very standard play here out of our Terran player. Looking at his vision, he still hasn't seen the tech. He's not fully aware of what's going on. Reaper just scouting around, just looking for proxies, making sure that everything is on the up and up before he does move out across the map. And again, a lot of this for Ryung is going to be based around scouting. Even this mine drop, ideally it gets some worker kills, don't get me wrong, but more than anything, he needs to get a read on what exactly is happening from the side of Showtime. We dive in, we scout. We do spot the Twilight Council and the researching as well. So Ryung is fully aware of Blink. And what kind of Blink? Well, it's going to be 2 gates. 2 gateways into a 3rd base. Very economic here from Showtime. He's going to have a handful of Stalkers to defend, but for the most part, he should be lacking map control. He shouldn't really be able to threaten his opponent, and should be more focused on just establishing these bases and defending his mineral lines. As the mine drop is moving out. Oh! Did forget one of our mines for a moment there, but it's okay. Gonna be going for a triple mine drop here towards that natural. Now, a triple mine drop can be a little bit scary, especially if Ryung hides and like keeps that 3rd Widow Mine in that medevac a little bit longer, just to fake out his opponents and make him believe that only 2 mines drop and then a 3rd one comes in out of nowhere. So Showtime has to be a little bit careful, as he does have his army in position. Blink is about to finish up in a couple of seconds, just in time as well. And it comes in with the hallucination. It does confirm the 2-on-1 setup. Mine drop comes in. Up. Oh my god. That's 2 mines in the natural. We have 1 mine in the main base, and is Showtime looking? He is. He does pull back just in time. Only losing 2 Widow Mines in total. 2 mines. Sorry, 2 Widow Mines? What? Only losing 2 probes in total. 3 mines for 2 workers. A good trade for Showtime. Meanwhile, the medevac, of course, didn't really see much in the main or the natural, but that should be a tell that there's a 3rd base. Just confirming the lack of additional gateways and the lack of additional tech. So Ryung, he does confirm what is going on, does confirm the economic build of Showtime, and he's just getting into his own setup here back at home. Meanwhile, we can see the trajectory that Showtime is taking us in is not going into Colossus, is going Blink Stalkers into Charge Lot Archon instead. Oh my god. Charge Lot Archon, and we are rushing into Storm. I just love that Storm has become a lot more popular as of late. Less so Colossus. There was a time where, what, 70-80% of TVPs was Phoenix Colossus from the Protoss, and nowadays it's more of a rarity. Much more of a rarity, and I do appreciate the diversity that we're getting in this matchup. Feels good, man. Especially after like 2 or 3 years of Phoenix Colossus. Like, we're done, Pac. We're done. Aye. Forges are on the way for upgrades, of course. Showtime getting fully saturated. Already warping in some High Templar, gathering up energy. And my eyes are now on Ryung, as he is not setting up for a 2-base all-in. 3rd TC is almost done at this point. Is going to be moving out with a double drop, but more than anything, he's just looking to apply some pressure and expand behind it. So, after a pretty chaotic game number 2 that ended very quickly, we have a much more standard and more macro-oriented game 3, which I appreciate. I do appreciate it. Even more so than game 1. Even though game 1 went to the late game, if you remember, Ryung did have a very aggressive opener. He had a very delayed 3rd CC. If you remember, he went up to 5 Raxes before his 3rd CC, and it's going to be a little bit delayed here, forcing the drop back home. But yeah, Ryung, he fell behind economically in game 1, which is why he was kind of stuck at home until he was maxed out. Here he can be a little bit more active. The Storm jump! Ooh. Storms, they will connect. 7, 8 SCVs go down. And what's important, the medevac, the Warp Prism, and the High Templar survive. They survive to Storm another day. Of course, Storm now has been revealed. Ryung fully aware. Going straight for the Ghost Academy. Attempting to go for his own mine drop, but alas, doesn't make it in. Here we go. Ryung going to be pushing. He does not have intervention matrix. He only has the auto turret and the anti-armor missile. Scans ahead of time. He sees all the High Templar. He doesn't want to deal with this. Does pull back. Doesn't really have an answer for this. And yeah, Showtime is in a pretty good position. He's on 3 bases. He's getting into double rover production. A little bit supply blocked. Quite heavily supply blocked, actually. But eventually he'll break free and he can get into his Colossus. Just diversifying his splash damage. Spreading out just his AoE. And yeah, Showtime is looking quite solid here, and we could see a repeat of game 1 where we end up in like a 4 base versus 4 base split map. End up getting maxed, and yeah, we'll see if we get a repeat, or we'll see if Ryung can get his revenge. As we're just going to be slowly expanding, taking our 4th bases. 4th for Showtime, 4th also on the way for Ryung. This time Ryung is a lot faster getting into Vikings. Viking production is commencing alongside the Ghosts. If you recall, in game 1, Ryung, he was a little bit late to the party when it came to Liberators. He was 1 step behind as he was getting Liberators. We already had a Disruptor-based army, and Showtime was already maxed. We'll see how this does turn out. Prism does get caught out. Good snipe on the War Prism. Forces out a Storm as well. At least the High Templar do survive. They're going to be able to float away. Get the hell out of there. Recall back home. For the most part, though, the game is kind of settling here. 4th base now being taken by Ryung. Throwing down 2 more CCs, his 5th and his 6th. This 4th is going to be difficult to hold on to. This is, of course, a very exposed base. It's right next to high ground here that Showtime can use to his advantage. Can, of course, attack from multiple angles as well. And as Ryung is expanding, Showtime is now moving out. Both armies are now maxed. There's that fusion core on the way. 2nd starport. Liberator production is on the horizon here for Ryung. He's already working on it. And Showtime doesn't have any disruptors. So just Colossus with a gateway army. And Ryung is going for a split push. Moving on the right hand side. He does come across that Prism once again. And Prism is going to go down. Big anti-armor missile on the army as well. And as Ryung backs up, he's working his way through on the left hand side. He's going straight for the 4th base. High Templar, they are spotted. Oh, he wants them. He wants the High Templar, and he will catch them as well. Big EMP gets 3 of them. Showtime out of position. Is he committing? Base trade? Ryung is coming back. He's coming back home. We do have 1 full NG High Templar in this army. Showtime, though, very prone to being surrounded. He has to be very careful with how he moves. Catches a couple of Marauders. Gets on top of a building CC. And here comes the surround. Good feedback on that Raven. Storms as well, zoning back. Oh my god, massive storms on this army. But over on left hand side as well, Showtime, he's pushing through. Maybe I spoke too soon. As the Colossi, they barely do live. Barely do survive. Ryung amassing his army. A lot of the shields are now stripped from this army as well. As they're pushing into tank fire. And Showtime just trying to force his way in. Gets a 1st tank, gets a 2nd tank as well. The Colossus a little bit distracted by the mineral line. Ryung is holding just barely. Liberators are arriving just in time as well. But you can see Showtime, he doesn't want to back off. He reinforces. We have disruptors now on the way. War Prism as well. As he does retreat to the center of the map, taking another base behind this. Now, what's scary is that Ryung didn't really lose an economy, or his economy. He lost 4 SCVs. That's it. 4 SCVs, a couple of orbitals. But outside of that, Ryung, he maintains a solid economy, which means he can also remax. Liberators, they have arrived. A bit of an overextension. One lib does fall. God, we're up to 5 Colossus. As we're going ham on this planetary, a lot of work is going to be going down. The Marauders, they still went forward. And we managed to get 1 Colossus. It took everything for 1 Colossus, and that's just not good enough. The entire base goes down, the mineral line as well. And Showtime, he can just retreat. He's up 30 workers. And Ryung, he doesn't have a bank. Not anymore. Catch a ghost. Showtime is just not allowing Ryung to breathe. The Liberators, they get here just a little bit too late. They're being focused down. Big storm here on the army once again. And another massive storm. And Ryung, he's just melting here against the splash damage. GG gets called. Showtime will break through. And he will take the series 2-1, taking down Ryung. Whew, GG. GG, well played. Congratulations. I should update the score on the screen. There we go. Congratulations to Showtime as he does take down Ryung 2-1. Went all the way to the ace match, but honestly, once Showtime got his own stable economy, once he got up to 4 bases, he was looking so damn solid, both in game 1 and in game 3 as well. Did definitely look more confident and more in control once he was, of course, in that game state. And yeah, he was able to just overcome and overpower Ryung. On the other side of Ryung, it was a little bit unfortunate. You know, the storm drop was able to do a lot of damage, was able to give Showtime a lead early on, was able to lead into some map control as well. And yeah, we had a really awkward engagement, right? Like when Ryung, he was trying to come in from multiple angles. He was trying to collapse on the army itself, but couldn't quite pull that off. Also taking big storms to the face, and that did end up leading into a big win there for Showtime in the end. GG, congratulations. Big wins here from Showtime, taking down Oliveira and Ryung. Pretty solid PvT out of Showtime, but what about his other matchups? What about his PvZ? Because up next, we have a Zerg opponent. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys wish to have a look at the bracket yourselves, because we have some catching up to do. From the top, Abby, from the top. On my man. Alright, what do we have? Oh my god, that was not the result that I was expecting. Solar versus Bjorn, I believe that was being casted by Steadfast. I think that's what... No, sorry, that was by Wardy, that's it. I think Wardy was covering that. Solar did 2-0 Bjorn, knocking Bjorn out of the tournament. And now Solar's up against his compatriot. He's up against Bunny in the next round in another ZVT. And we have to favor Solar there again. Solar, he's hot right now. He's hot off a GSL championship, so he is looking to be a deadly player here in this bracket, facing off against Bunny. Bunny, of course, did eliminate Classic as well, 2-1. It's really cool to see Bunny coming back into form as well. Of course, Bunny is still in the shadow of a lot of these other Terran players like Bjorn, like Cure, like Maru. But Bunny, he has been more active as of late, as of the last couple of weeks. Been really cool to see more of Bunny, not just in WTL, but also in these online tournaments. Meanwhile, looks like Gumiho versus Spirit is still ongoing. MaxPax did 2-0 Rainer. Oh my god. MaxPax did take down Rainer 2-0. Very impressive results here, as he is waiting for the winner of Gumiho and Spirit, waiting for his next Terran opponent. Just messaging some players as we scroll down a little bit further to our half of the bracket. And there it is. We have Hero taking down Nightmare 2-0, getting his revenge. Nightmare has been popping off in the PvP matchup and has been getting a lot of big wins. Oh my god, not just that, I almost glossed over it. Nightmare, to face off against Hero, he took down Cure. Very impressive stuff here. Nightmare, he takes down Cure 2-1, eliminating one of the best Terrans in Korea. Very impressive, very nice stuff. That's all I need to set things up. Very impressive, as we're going to be scrolling down a little bit further. Scrolling down a little bit further here, we do have Hero versus Clem, currently ongoing. Clem takes down Firefly. 2-1, impressive. Again, like whenever Firefly goes up against a top tier player, like Clem, like Maru, I expect Firefly to take a game, so very nicely done. Firefly making Clem bleed a little bit in the TVP matchup. Again, Firefly, he's also been looking very in form recently. And we have our next series. Showtime takes down his next Terran opponent, and now he's up against a Zerg. Showtime versus Dark, up next. Vetoes are done, the lobby has been made, and we are getting into game 1 on Solaris. Let's go. Let us go. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Solaris, we have the South Korean Zerg player representing KranKy Gaming. It is Dark. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the German Protoss representing Berlin International Gaming. It is Showtime. Showtime has been doing very well for himself, taking down some big Terran names, but what about the Zerg players? Can he follow suit? Max Pax already took down Raynor. Can Showtime do the same to Dark? Oh boy. We are here to find out. Again, Dark, a very aggressive player in this matchup. We've seen Dark whip out a lot of very different builds here. I wouldn't be surprised if at some point he proxy hatches. He's been very fond of proxy hatching in recent weeks against players like Classic, against Hero, against Nightmare as well. Thankfully, we're not doing that this time, not in game 1. We'll see if he does it in game 2, or even game 3. As Dark is going for a hatch gas pool. Standard opener here from our Zerg player. Nothing too fancy. Nothing too out of the norm. Likewise, Showtime going for a gate expand into a Cybercore as well. So the openers are looking as they should. Really, we're looking at the mid game. You know, even Dark, with his aggressive nature, usually has standard openers, and then in the mid game, he can go for these like big Roach timings. Link Queen Nidus all in is another big option. Dark is very fond of getting to mutas in the mid game. If he can get away with hiding a Spire, he will attempt to. He will attempt to hide that Spire. And another big thing about Dark, if he ever falls behind, a lot of this, there's like a big meme around Dark, you know, if he's ahead, he's going to lose. If he's behind, that's when he wins, because he does best from behind, Bafias. Dark, he's more than willing to just turtle on up and take into Hydra or Viper. We've seen it in a lot of matchups. He does it against Terran and against Zerg as well. If Dark does take too much economic damage, he goes one of two ways. If he loses too much to the Adepts and the Oracles in the early game, he either goes into an all-in, or he just hyper turtles up and he just takes up into a Lurker Den, into a Hive, into Vipers, into Lurkers, and just survives until the late game, essentially. This is one of the things that Dark is probably the best at in the world. Maybe Cyril is comparable, I'm not too certain. But Dark, he's always so just aware of the game state. And again, like if he ever does sustain too many losses, if he ever does fall behind in some way, he just quickly catches onto that and very quickly makes up for that in some way, shape, or form, whether it's tech-wise or an all-in. And he often gets away with it. It's crazy. It is crazy. Until then, just standard openers, which is going to be droning. A couple of Lings are on the way. Ling speed about to kick in a couple of seconds. And once that does, Dark, he can now keep up with the adept control of his opponent. Meanwhile, it's been a while since I've casted Showtime in a ZVP. I'll be honest. I think the last time was maybe, I guess, DreamHack. It's been like a solid month or so, and Showtime is a very unique player. He's very unique here in his PvZ, especially very stylistic, as very often he goes very tech heavy. He goes into maybe triple, maybe even 4 oracles just so he can have map control, because he delays his Twilight Council. He stays on 3 bases, into a robo, into a forge, into just a massive death ball of an army, and before eventually he does move out. I'm curious if that continues to be the case, because again, I haven't seen much of Showtime this patch. Behind this, a very fast Roach Warren. Oh my god. That was what, like a 3-minute 30 Roach Warren from Dark? Ay. Very fast Roach Warren here. Should lead into aggression. Behind this, we are actually going Stargate into a Twilight Council. Okay. You have my attention. Gateways are on the way. This looks like glaives. The longer this goes on without a forge and without +1, this should be glaives. As oracles do dive into the main base, and Dark, he is going for a big all-in. He's not droning. 36 workers is all he has left. Queens, Roaches, Lings are all coming across the map, and Showtime is not ready for this. Showtime is only now getting a read on what's going on. He does spot the Roaches, and now he does spot the Queens as well. Yeah, remember how we talked about how Dark is really aggressive? Yeah. Here we go. Now we're fully aware of what's going on. We need some stasis traps. We need stasis traps here on top of the ramp. Up. We do bait out the first one. Blink is on the way. That will help more than glaives, definitely. But do we have enough to hold on? We have 1 shield battery, 2 more shield batteries on the way at the natural base. We have additional shield batteries here at the third as well. And Dark, I don't know if he has enough momentum to break through. Overcharges popped, keeping these stalkers alive. And Dark is running out of steam. Queens are falling one after the other. Biles, they connect with 1 stalker. But Showtime is holding. Showtime is holding, and Dark, what can he do from here? He can maybe get some secure damage at the third base. But we need more than just the third. The Lings, they try to dive on the army. We try to get us around. Oh, the Biles! They connect! Oh my god! 3 stalkers go down! Solid Biles from Dark. Meanwhile, he's going for the third base. Behind this, he is still not droning. He is still not saturating his bases. Now here we go. 4 workers are on the way. Once again, looking for the surround. This time, there is no recall. Showtime, oh my god. Showtime playing with fire. But there we go, the oracles are going ham. They can focus down as many of these Ravagers as possible. They get 2. And Dark is transitioning. And Dark is behind from this point. It's like, there's a bit of a give and take here. Obviously, Showtime is stuck on 2 bases, but he has Blink. Doesn't have a Forge though, so no +1. Meanwhile, Dark is down in workers. He has a third. Lair just now on the way, working on his own upgrades. Both players are hurting, but I do need to give the edge to Showtime. The supplies are looking pretty similar to each other, but remember, that is inflated supply from Dark. The soup does lie at times, especially when Roaches are involved. And yeah, Showtime, he's just transitioning out of this, working towards Charge, +1, soon to be Archons, I imagine. It's going to be on Showtime to be very active with these Oracles, because even though Dark is droning now, Dark is very quick to cut workers and to take up, or to even go all in, I should say, as he's taking up instead. Infestation Pit. I'm curious. We could go one of 2 ways. The pit could be just to rush into a hive and rush into lunkers, which would make a lot of sense. I had like a little bit of a rant earlier about how if Dark ever does fall behind, he is so fast to take up into Hydra Lurker Viper. The other side of this could be because he's on a low economy, and because we need to trade efficiently, Swarm Host. Swarm Host, they can be a good way to gain value over the course of the game. But no, there we go. We have the Hive. Hive in production. +1 melee as well. There it is. I mentioned before, if Dark ever... And Dark is behind right now. He's behind. If he ever does fall behind, he is so quick to start working towards the Lurkers. And that's what we have here. Hive into Hydra Den, into a Lurker Den. And if Showtime is too defensive, then Dark is going to be able to get away with it. He's quite vulnerable at the moment. Very vulnerable here. As Showtime is just building up his third base. Templar Archives is on the way for Storm, for Archons. And I don't see Showtime pushing without this tech, without his splash damage. As a result, Dark, he's getting away with this. There it is. There's that Lurker Den. And once he gets maybe 6 Lurkers, a ground army isn't going to be good enough. A ground army cannot break the Zerg. or is going to have a hard time breaking the Zerg player. Obviously, Showtime can try to outposition Dark, especially with a low amount of lurkers. But for now, he's chilling at home. He's fully walling off. High Templar on the way. Storm. And this is where I have to be a little bit critical of Showtime, because he has these oracles and he hasn't been scouting. Well, he's been trying to with hallucinations, but he hasn't really seen too much. He did get eyes on the lurker den. We need Skytoss. He did barely see the lurker den, and we need to see a transition into carriers. Without it, it is going to be difficult. Second robo gets thrown down. Showtime, it looks like he's going for an immortal heavy composition, which isn't bad. But again, he saw everything he needed to. He saw the hive, he saw the hydrogen, and the lurker den as well. He knows what's coming. Dark vying for map control. He's drawn up to 82, getting another hatchery. Lurker range is on the way. +1 range as well. And yeah, Showtime's response to this is Immortals. So for those wondering, Immortals, they actually do a really good amount of damage to lurkers. And we're pushing. The lurkers aren't done yet. But if lurkers can close the distance, if they can get on top of... If the Immortals can close the distance, if the Immortals can get on top of the lurkers, then they can have their way with them, but that's a big if. And here we go, we're now up to 8 lurkers. We have a Nidus Worm on the way. Did I say 8? I meant to say 12. As 5 more lurkers are in production. So I meant to say 13 even. And we do have a Nidus. We do have an Overseer going to the main. Uh oh. We do have vision of the main base. Showtime, his full attention is here on the front lines. It does have a Zealot run by. Things are about to pop off, and there we go. Nidus into the main base. Showtime is ready for that Zealot run by as well. But no reaction. Showtime, he's maxed out. He can't warp in. The Zealots, they're going to get shut down. We have more Zealots here on the right-hand side. We're going to force a cancel on this hatchery. Meanwhile, the Nidus is complete, and there's nothing in the Nidus. We force a recall. Force an overreaction. That was a kill on this hatchery. And throughout all of this Dark, he's just building up his army. Getting +3. Getting +2 range. We now have, there it is, the Fleet Beacon. Fleet Beacon and Stargates. I do think we could have seen this a little bit earlier. I know it's risky. At the same time, it was a late scout that Dark was going into lurker production, so I'm sure Showtime would have gone in that direction a little bit earlier if he had known. As he's going to be pushing. Ooh, Immortal goes down. As he pushes, we have a big Link counterattack as well. Lings, the Roaches, the Ravagers, we're going straight for the fringe bases. At the same time, these lurkers are exposed, and those are some expensive losses for Dark. And it still hasn't been worth it. He's trying to break in. But there are too many Zealots back at home. Showtime is coming in from behind. He's going to get on top of the lurkers. And Dark, is he losing too much? I mean, he's been trading with the army. Like, you can see Showtime. His economy is looking strong. Still lacking some warp-ins, though. Meanwhile, Dark, he's still on 75 workers. He's remaxing, rebuilding. Making those lurkers once again. He is missing Vipers. Something that I said before, you know, Hydra Lurker Viper as a composition, and we don't have Vipers incorporated, so it is still a little bit more difficult to push into this. Vipers that would just yoink every single one of these Immortals. And so Dark is going for a brute force composition, just making as much army as he can, moving across the map. Showtime just trying to keep up. That's, oh, a bit of a miss rally. One lurker goes down. But Dark, he's slowly breaking through, getting into the mineral line. Probes are falling. And the Nexus is going to fall as well. We have a lot of storms. You have a lot of storms available here. And Dark, he's going to be losing everything if he sticks around. The Lurker counterattack is going to find some damage, but the entire army here of Dark is going to fall. Never mind, he trades too well. And he gets every worker. Every worker here in this mineral line. GG gets cold. And Dark will take game number 1. GG. Oh my god. And that was off of, I almost want to say, a failed all-in. Remember, Dark, he went completely all-in. He killed the third base of Showtime. He didn't get much more than that, if you recall. He was down in workers. He was kind of down in tech. I say kind of. Thankfully, Showtime didn't have a forge and didn't have a robotics bay or anything. Showtime did skip them. So Showtime didn't have the best kind of transition out of that. But Dark, he took a chance. He does this very frequently where he's just hyper focused on tech. When he was working towards the Hive and when he was working towards the Lurker Den, that is when Dark was the most vulnerable. He was so vulnerable in that moment. But Showtime, because of his playstyle, I guess, he was, instead of pushing, instead of going for a timing attack, he was just turtling up back at home. He was walling off, he was taking up, getting a third base, getting a fourth base, giving Dark so much time and so much freedom to rush into those lurkers. And then give this man some lunkers, papi. He can make some magic happen. Showtime, towards the end, was working towards Sky Toss, but he never got into it. He had +1 air attack on the way, he had the Fleet Beacon on the way, but could not take to the skies, could not take off. And here we go, we're getting into game number 2, spawning. Oh, let's go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner, going for a 12 pool. We have the South Korean Zerg player representing Dragon Kaiser Gaming. It is Dark. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the opponent. We have the German Brodos representing Berlin International Gaming. It is Showtime. Oh boy, here we go. We have the 12 pool from Dark, and my eyes are on this worker here because this drone, is moving out across the map. I mentioned, if you remember at the start of game 1, I was like, I wouldn't be surprised if Dark proxy hatches at some point in this game. He has been very fond of it. If you've been watching Dark on this channel for the past couple of weeks against Hero, against Classic, against Nightmare, Dark has been very fond of proxy hatching, and that's exactly what we're seeing here from Dark in game number 2. He's been very fond of this. At least once a series, every ZVP hatchery is thrown down, and Showtime is reacting with a double gate response here. Throws down the second gateway, fully walling up. Lings are on the way. So far, good reaction out of Showtime. Second pylon is thrown down as well. He is not going for a forge, so he's going to be relying on his gateway army here on these zealots initially. I imagine going to be going for a robo behind this. I'm really curious to see how Showtime responds. As for now, he does have that zealot. Lings, they do get service area on that gateway. They will be focusing it down. Yeah, oh my god, the service area is just a little bit too much. This gateway is going to fall before the second zealot. And Showtime's in a lot of trouble. I was really concerned that he did not go for a forge response. No cannons, only gateway units, and that's going to be a kill on the gateway. Adept is on the way, but the Lings, they're busting in. Oh god, they do break through. There is a second wall, a third wall even. Shield batteries are on the way. More pylons are being thrown down as well. The Adept is going to come out, but there are so many Lings. And they're going to take down another gateway as well. Oh, that's a kill, not a cancel. The wall, not quite a wall. Shield battery's going to fall as well. We can go for the full surround. So far, the Adept does escape. Does slip away. But there's still so much here on the ground as well. Yeah, shield battery is falling. We do surround at least the Zealot up as it barely escapes. For a moment, it did escape, but it finally falls. The Queen has arrived, and with the arrival of the Queen, with the arrival of all this creep, it looks like it's just too much. And Dark, he's snowballing out of control. Oh no. As we're going for that second adept as well, it just came out. But with the death of this pylon, that's going to be the death of the production. There's nothing in the main base. There's no gateway, there's no robo, no forge, no cannons, no nothing. 2 adepts is all that Showtime has. 2 adepts remaining. So far, good movement. We are within range of the shield battery. We do shade away. And the adepts, I thought for a moment that we're going to go across the map, but no, we're trying to defend back at home. Shield batteries are falling. Not like this. Showtime, he does have... Oh my god, that's a lot of gateways. He does have 3 gates on the way in the main base. Showtime, he's going to be able to try to stabilize on 1 base, but Dark, he's droning. He's droning back at home. He expanded. He's spreading creep. Taking control of the natural is all that Dark needs to do. It's all he needs to accomplish here. And with all this creep as well, how do we expand? How do we ever... like, we have no detection. No way to expand from here. Dark is Showtime is essentially 1 base all in. Dark doesn't have any gas. Bear that in mind. So there is a world where maybe Showtime can snowball out of control with Adept Harass. As long as he doesn't get surrounded. Never mind. 1 Adept does make it across the map, but we don't really have much at home to defend. Dark is racing back home. Gas production still non-existent. Adept's going to be shading into the main bases. Again, no queens back at home, no links either. We're forcing a lot of less mining time. Can a Showtime pull this off? More adepts, they're coming. Oh. Glaives are on the way, and Dark without queens, without spine crawlers, with only slow lings. It's going to be a tight hold. There it is. Roach Warren is on the way. It looks like Dark wants to skip ling speed and go straight into roaches. Adepts are coming back home. We're warping in 3 adepts at a time. Soon to be 4 adepts at a time. And Dark sees this. He knows. And again, Showtime is on the timer. Dark just has to survive. Queen is going to be going down, trading for an adept. So Queen doesn't go down for free. Showtime going to be expanding elsewhere, actually. Not all in. And Dark, he was a little bit slow to spread the creep backwards, just forcing the unnatural natural. What I will say is that Showtime, he's still pretty committed, basically all in at this point. We need to cripple the economy of Dark somehow, some way. We got we gotta do it all. We have a Dark Shrine on the way for Showtime. I mean, hey, if Dark doesn't get spores, then he's gonna be in some trouble. Here we go. Glaives is done. The adepts, they have arrived. We do have 1. Yeah, we have spine crawlers. 1 in each mineral line. Dark taking this very seriously. There's no lair, no spores. I spoke too soon. I spoke too soon, as we do have a spore in production at the natural base. Dark is getting ready. Again, just a safety spore. He doesn't have a spore in the main, but without a robo, without a warp prism, DTs, they aren't really going to be threatening the main base anytime soon. Showtime is getting his natural up and running. Showtime is actually taking an economic lead, and that is a lot of adepts. 19. Can Showtime pull this off? I think so. There's a world. Okay, so 1, there's no detection at the 3rd base. So if we send the DTs to deny the 3rd, and we shade into the mineral line of the natural, even the main base, maybe we can actually come back in this game. Here we go. Let's say threaten the shade towards that natural base. There we go. DT heading towards the 3rd. No detection. At the same time, though, oh my god, massive link counterattacks, forcing a recall back home. Ay, there's no shield battery in the main base, but the Lings, they will back off. At the same time, ooh, that was a kill, not a cancel. 300 minerals down the drain. Dark does not have the best economy. Showtime taking an economic lead. But here comes the army of Dark. What Dark lacks in economy makes up for in army. The defensive DT. We're waiting for the lair. We need the lair, Papi. Lair finishes. Overseer should be on the way. And Dark is committing to his own all-in. Cutting workers at 35. Getting us around. Catching a good chunk of these adepts. God, but there's still so many. Adept's going to be threading a shade into his own main base. The Lings, they do bust in. But they do have to retreat. Files, they do shave off a couple of adepts. Detection has arrived. DTs are going down. GG gets called. There's just too much. And Dark will take the series 2-0. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. This was a very Dark series. This was very... Game 1, Dark, he goes for an all-in. Doesn't quite kill his opponent, but just rushes into Mass Lurker, into Lurker Hydra. Here in Game 2, 12 pull Proxy Hatch into a follow-up all-in as well. GG. Congratulations to Dark. My condolences to Showtime. Showtime did well for himself, making it this far in the tournament. Did very well, but alas, he does meet his end here at the hands of Dark. And again, no shaming going down to Dark. Dark is one of the best Zerg players in the world. So if you're going to go down to anyone, Dark is one to go down to. And not just that, but I mean, that just goes to show how cutthroat this tournament is. KungFu Cup, we have who's left? We have Solar, Dark, we have Gumiho, Hero, Clem, MaxPax, the best of the best in the world. They all come together on a weekly basis here for KungFu Cup. Every now and then we even have Cyril. We don't have Cyril this week, but every now and then Cyril does rock up for these tournaments. So yeah, it's always an amazing time here in KungFu Cup. GG, well played. And with that, where are we headed? It looks like quarterfinals matches are currently underway. It looks like Wardy and Steadfast are casting Clem versus Hero, and Gumiho versus MaxPax is being covered by, I think, Rotterdam? Maybe? Yeah, by Rotterdam as well. So it looks like the other remaining matches are being covered by some of the other English streams, so you can check them out there as we head on over to the bracket to have a look at them, to have a gander at that round. Hold up. There we go. That's a little bit better, kind of. So yeah, you can see. Hold on. So currently, Gumiho versus MaxPax is ongoing. Winner goes up against Solar. Then we have Hero versus Clem. Winner goes up against Dark as well. We have... there's no avoiding the other English casters, so we're all going to be coming together and we're all overlapping. So may as well jump on whatever becomes available next. Actually, there is a clean feed. So what is the clean feed covering? It looks like they are in Gumiho versus MaxPax. Okay. They just started game number 2. So, for those wondering, both semifinals are going to be casted, so we won't be missing anything there. Both semifinals will be casted. But for now, I guess we can just hop into the clean feed. One moment here, 1 minute. MaxPax versus Gumiho. No, 9. Man, beautiful. Here we go. So we're jumping in mid-series. Game number 1 is already concluded. MaxPax, he's up 1-0, and now we are here in game number 2. Still the early game. Still the early game. Again, shout out to, of course, SE Boy. SE Boy, they are the organizers of this tournament. They do provide a clean feed to the casters that do cover this. And yeah, that's what this is. So I won't be observing, at least not for this game. If they go to the ace match, then I can try to get into that lobby. But for now, we are just chilling here in game number 2. So far, okay, we got a Twilight Council opener here from MaxPax. We have 2 more gateways on the way. I believe that's 3 gates in total. So a bit of an aggressive opener from MaxPax, looking to gain some map control. Meanwhile, behind this, Gumiho getting into a 3-1-1 setup back at home. So we're just easing our way into the mid game. Mind Drop is moving out, and with this Mind Drop, Gumiho is going to be looking to find the tech and also getting a read on how many gateways exactly there are from MaxPax to see how aggressive he's going to be. And I apologize for just jumping into this, but we're catching up. I'm just gathering my bearings on where we are in this game. Ooh, that is going to be an extra Rax here on the way from Gumiho. I think that's a 4th Rax, if I'm not mistaken. But the Mind Drop is slipping into the main base, and MaxPax, can he keep up? Can he respond in time? Hellion going to be trying to distract him, and here comes the Mind Drop. Up! We do pull away in time. Twilight Council has been spotted. A couple of mine shots go off. Looks like one Widow Mine is going to be saved. But we don't really get eyes on the natural. Not fully aware of how many gateways there are. Again, with 3 gateways, we should be looking to push out. There it is. War Prism is on the way. I think it's 3. It could be 4 gates, but I think it's 3, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, that wasn't a Rax. That was an eBay. My apologies. But regardless, MaxPax is going to be pushing out. Because it's only 3 gateways, he should be expanding behind this push as well. So he's not all in by any means, but he's applying quite a bit of aggression, quite a bit of pressure. Yeah, as he's warping in 3 units at a time. Again, behind this, he's expanding. 3rd base is on the way. We blink into the main base. We have tanks, but they are not covering the mineral line. SCVs are going down. Gumiho woefully underprepared for this. He was ready at the natural. He was not ready in the main. Has 3 dead SCVs. Good blinks here so far. MaxPax hasn't lost anything. Good juggling as well. Stalkers are saved. 1 Stalker, I think, goes down. Outside of that, good trades from our Protoss player. Okay. That's good. The in-game sounds. No! We are siege! Show us! The observer! 1 tank goes down. This is disastrous here as Gumiho does not have stim. The Stalkers, they get into another mineral line. More SCVs are going down. Not like this. As the Marines, they dive on this army. That's 6 more worker kills. And Gumiho, he is hurting. Behind this, we have a Dark Shrine on the way. Forge as well for +1. Charge in production. DT is just a way to spice this up. Stim still not done, so we dive on top of the tank. There's nothing stopping MaxPax. He gets every single tank. Stim finally finishes up. And Gumiho should force this back, but he's already lost so much here. So many SCVs, so many tanks. MaxPax just having his way with Gumiho. He dives into the main base, takes a tank shot to the face. This is a bit of an overextension from MaxPax, is what I will say. Bit of an overextension, but he pulls back. He still maintains his Stalkers. And we still haven't seen his final form. We still have not seen his DTs. They're coming, Bobby. They're coming. Catching up in the chat. Sorry, I was just hyper fixated earlier. But behind this, because MaxPax has such a massive lead, the DTs, they come in. We do have scans available, at least in the main base, but not at the natural. As MaxPax is taking a 4th, we do see Gumiho essentially all in with his push. It's all or nothing for Gumiho. There's no 3rd CC behind this. Boys are being pulled. Yumio, he actually turns back around. And one way or another, the game will end. 10 SCVs go down. But MaxPax, does he have enough? The force fields! Oh my god! Slowing down the army, cutting up those SCVs. Yumio with 0 economy. He unsieges. Does unsiege, and another wave of SCVs fall. We're running out of units. Running out of money. We barely do snipe a medevac. That was a costly trade for MaxPax. That was costly. And the tanks, they still stand strong. There's still 4 tanks. That's a lot of Marines. Yumio, he can pull this off. He still has a massive army. Yeah, MaxPax, he has to give up this base. He cannot hold on. He cannot hold on. Shield battery goes down. What's important is that Yumio has been bleeding out workers, but his Marines, there's still so many of them. Colossus does arrive. Good target firing on the Colossus. One shot. Oh my god, it barely survives. Good patient control there from MaxPax. There's 1 DT in the mix. GG gets called. It's not enough, and MaxPax will take the series 2-0. GG. GG. Oh my god. Well played. As MaxPax will take it 2-0 and advances on to the semifinals. Yumio does bow out in the quarterfinals. Oh, that's loud. The clean feed comes with its own soundtrack. It's good stuff. Good stuff, man. As we are getting ready for the semifinals. Ooh. We are getting ready for our next match. 1 moment. Beautiful. And I'm just trying to figure out which semifinals we cast first, because I think everything is wrapping up. Yep, there we go. Okay, we have confirmation. So MaxPax 2-0's Gumiho, Hero 2-0's Clem. So Clem has been eliminated, Gumiho has been eliminated, and oh, that is actually, I was not expecting this. That is all the Terran players eliminated. All the Terran players have been eliminated from this week's KungFu Cup. We've had a lot of TVTs recently. We've had a lot of TVT finals, but not this week. Not this week, not this time. Switching our scenes over, we can have a look at those results. You can see here, Solar versus MaxPax towards the top. We have Hero versus Dark towards the bottom. ZVPs all around. So my condolences if you're a Terran player. My condolences, Poppy. My condolences. But again, we've been enjoying a lot of TVT, so we need a break. Okay, we need a break. Aye. As it looks like up first is going to be Solar versus MaxPax. Let me just set things up for our next series. It looks like our players still need to conduct their vetoes, and they're asking for a break, so we're going to be going on a short break ourselves. When we return, we will have our first semifinals alongside predictions as well. So stay tuned. See you in a couple of minutes. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Whew. Hope you enjoyed that break because we have returned with the semifinals. Our first semifinals of the night of WTL 2023 Winter Kung Fu Cup round number 8. Up first, we have Hero versus Dark. The vetoes are done, and we are loading into game number 1. Going to be taking place on Alcione. Vamonos. The first of many, or potentially many, ZVPs are upon us. So someone in the chat earlier mentioned we could of course find ourselves in the middle of a ZVZ finals, PvP, or a PvZ. All three are possible. And here we go. In the bottom left hand corner of Alcione, we have the South Korean Zerg player representing CranKy Z Gaming. It is Dark. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss representing CranKy Z Gaming as well. It is Hero. And if you are in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on how you think this series will conclude. Will it go one way or the other? Only one DKZ player can make it into the finals. There can be only one. Oh, Vamonos. For now, Dark, oh, we're popping off. Dark, he mines through the minerals and he is racing his way towards the gold base. Hero, none the wiser for the time being, is going to be scouting, going to be checking the natural base location to deny it. Little does he know that Dark has gone straight for the gold. Now, we've seen quite a lot of this from Zerg players recently. We saw this in WTL a couple of days ago as well. And this typically leads into a massive, into a roach rush, into a roachling all in, waddling the queens across the map. This base is very exposed. Ideally, you want this to kind of boost you into aggression, not into a later game, but we'll see. We'll see how Dark approaches this. For now, Hero's in the dark. For now, Hero, I mean, he is in Dark's main base, but he's also not aware of what's going on. He hasn't seen much here. He's just harassing in the middle line. He hasn't checked. Uh-oh. For all he knows, the triangular third or the linear third has been taken. For all he knows, everything is normal, but really it is anything but. As workers are being transferred over, and I'm sure Hero should have noticed by now that something is wrong. Be like, hold on. Where'd all those probes go? what's going on, Poppy? What's going on? As we are transferring over towards the goal base. Meanwhile, gate expand into the side of the core, standard opener out of Hero. So far, everything's looking normal. Lings are on the way, and this probe is now going to be leaving. I wonder if Hero noticed the workers. I'm sure I hope he did, is what I will say. I hope he noticed the Maynard, the transferring workers, as we're going into a Twilight Council opener. Let's go. Aggression is upon us. With this Twilight Council, we can go into Glaive Adepts. We can also go into a Dark Shrine as well. Both are available. Both are possible. We'll see what kind of direction we head in, as we have not pulled out of gas yet. We're still stayed in gas. Rocks are being knocked down. Queens are moving out. Link speed is on the way, and we are getting that third base as well. We're going to be working with a lot of larva. A lot of larva is going to be available. Now Lings are keeping up with the Stalker. Forcing it back. We haven't pulled out of gas, by the way, which means this could lead into DTs. This could even be Glaives plus Dark Templar as well. There it is. Dark Shrine is on the way. Again, a big read for this, for those who are maybe unaware, you actually pull out of gas if you're going for Glaive Adepts, because you actually don't need that much gas to maintain a 4-gate production. So that was our tell that it was going to be a Dark Shrine variation. As for now, Dark hasn't quite scouted the main base, not fully aware of what Hero is up to either. Both players trying to piece this all together. Prism is on the way. Roachhorn already on the way for Dark as well. But there is no detection. Scratch that. We now have detection. We have a Spore at the gold. We have a Spore in the main. We will have detection available. At least defensively. Not so much if we want to be aggressive. And because of that, if Dark wanted to go for an all-in, and he does, by the way, he's cutting workers at 34, we have Roaches and Lings in production. If he wanted to go all-in, he's going to have a hard time because defensive DTs are going to be king. Like, there's no way to get any detection out on the map. As the War Prism has arrived, 3 Dark Templar on the way. Dark, he's moving up for his attack, but he needs to come back home. Here we go, the DTs, they have arrived. Dark, he does arrive here just in time as well. Forcing back the Dark Templar. We have another Spore on the way in the 3rd. And Dark is droning. Yeah, he knows he cannot attack because the potential for defensive DTs is there. Speaking of, we have 1 Dark Templar back at home. And Dark has to just drone on up and get into a longer game. Meanwhile, Hero backs up. You can morph in some Archons, and there we go, Archons are now in production. We have a DT in between the bases, picking up whatever he can. Oh my god! We do manage to get one of the Archons though. Big pickoff. Did barely miss that, but 1 Archon did go down. That's pretty huge. Only 1 Archon remaining. The Queen will survive. Good juggling from Hero. Overall. But yeah, Darky's just saturating his bases. We have another wave of DTs on the way, and Zelts as well. Lair is done. Oh. And we should have some mobile detection on the way soon as we get the Queens. 2 Queens go down. Behind this, Hero is still on 2 bases, but at least he's taking up even further towards Aerobotics Bay, towards Disruptors. Disruptor production has commenced. He should be safe here. Should be safe to expand and take a 3rd. Meanwhile, Dark is still stuck at home. As he is being pulled apart. It's being stretched thin, maybe a better way to put it. Hero, he may have lost one of his Archons, but here we go. He's now going to be pushing with everything else. With a bit of a kitchen sink, he's got Archons, DTs, Sentries, Zealots, Chargelots, Immortals, and a Disruptor as well. Bit of everything. I mean, this is quite a terrifying army, especially with that Disruptor. The War Prism going to be threatening a dive. Never goes up. Ooh, but the splits are too good and it doesn't connect with anything. Good moves out of Dark. Prism comes in. Queens do fend it off. Barely. So 1 Queen does go down. Here we go. Dark can now focus on his assault. What do we have at home to defend? We have a 2nd Disruptor. Shield Battery. Overcharge is going to be available as well. Dark does have the push. Yo, that's a 3rd Disruptor. Nova goes off. Oh, will connect. Shield Battery Overcharge was wasted. Do we have detection? As there are some defensive DTs in the mix as well. So far, Dark, he is gaining ground. The Overseer is back home, actually. Ay, ay, ay. But Hero does defend, and Dark backs up. Knows he cannot break his opponent. Has a large army, yes, but can't really make use of it. So Dark is going to have to focus on redroning, resaturating. Infestation Bits on the way for Hive Tech. Baneley Nest as well for Lingbane Roach Ravager. Yo, these Archons are just being such a nuisance. And in the hands of Hero, these Archons should not go down. It's going to be a cancel in this hatchery. Hero gaining access to his own goal base as well. Here we go, Hero from behind, pushing on forward here. The Novas, we have so many of them. Oh my god. Up. Nova's going to be going off, zoning back the Roach Ravager. And the Roach Ravager Army is going to have a hard time engaging, especially against so many disruptors. Not like this, as we do catch some. Up. We get one, we get two. We take a massive Nova to the face. Two disruptors do go down. Dark trying to amass his own army. Up. As we do have Novas going off once again, not quite connecting though. As Hero is here overextending. The file's not quite connecting. The Prism goes down, but Hero, he can keep pushing. Yeah, he's looking to snowball out of control. He gets on top of the Queens, gets on top of the Ravagers as well. Boys are being pulled. And Hero is just outscaling Dark. Just Disruptors, Immortals, all things good against Roach. Dark has been struggling. Trying to get more bases up and running. Working through his bank as well. He's actually catching a lot of these Stalkers. Has built up his Ravagers, but again, Dark is in trouble. Behind this, he's working towards his Hive, which will gain access to Vipers. Vipers will be insane in this position. They can easily shut down these Disruptors. But they take time. They take time to really get into. As the DT's coming in again. Not like this. Thankfully, we have Spores. And the game is going to settle from here. Again, Hero, though, he does have a lot of momentum going his way. And he's ahead. He is ahead at this point. Like, Dark is on the back foot. Spore going to be going down. A couple of Bailings do connect. Behind this, Hero taking his fourth, getting into additional Disruptors. Still only making one Disruptor at a time. We can probably afford a second Robotic Spay. Sorry, a second Robo. As Hero's going to rotate around. Still maintaining control. Like, as we catch so many of these Overlords for free as well. The Overlords go down. This base is going to go down as well. Darky doesn't have enough to really contest against the army. We have plenty at home to defend. The Ling Rumbai does nothing. Now, thankfully, we've already mined most of this base, so not the most valuable base for Dark to lose. But Hero, he's on the cusp of maxing out. Okay, additional pylons on the way just so we can get into additional Disruptors. He is going to be pushing. As long as he doesn't get caught out, he should be able to break through. It's that 5 Disruptors. We dive on top of the army. Hero, he knows how far ahead he is. He can just move even without the Disruptors. GG gets called, and Hero will take game number 1. Whew. Taking down Dark and doing really well with his opener. GG. GG, well played. So the opener of Hero, it almost completely shut Dark down. Going for the DTs. Because of that, Dark wanted to all in. Remember, Dark, he was building up towards a massive Ling Roach Ravager attack. But he couldn't all in. He couldn't commit because of the Dark Templar. Because he needed detection. Otherwise, he could never break Hero back at home. So Dark, he was stuck with a big army with nothing to do with it. He couldn't really make use of it. His economy was struggling as a result because he had invested so much into those roaches early on, and yeah, nothing really came of it. And Hero ran away with it in the end. You know, the Dark Templar, they gave him so much breathing room. He was able to take up into Archons, into Charge Loss, Disruptors, Immortals, into yeah, everything amazing against roaches. And Hero, he just ran away with it. GG. GG, well played. Again, a really good response, or a really good, again, tech choice, I should say, from Hero. And Dark rolling the dice, and you know, when you gamble, you know, sometimes high risk, high reward, you win. Sometimes you win, sometimes you do lose. And yeah, from the get-go, Dark was in a rough place. But now we're getting into our second game. Yo, are we baking? Baking some quick bread today. Oh, let's go. I've never baked my own bread. One day. We'll bake, papi. We'll bake. I mentioned before, I made pasta today. Oh. The food coma was real. But here we go. We're getting into game number 2, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Solaris, we have the South Korean Zerg player representing KranKy Gaming, looking to fight back in this series, going for a 12 pool. We've seen this before. It is Dark. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Protoss player representing KranKy Gaming, leading the series 1-0. It is Hero. Here we go. So we do have a 12 pool opener out of Dark. My eyes are on this drone. Do we expand or do we go across the map? We're going across the map. It looks like we are going for another proxy hatch. So we mentioned this before during the series. I think it was in game 1 of Dark versus Showtime, the game before he actually did it. We spoke about how Dark has been very fond of this, and he's been doing it every single PvZ, and that still rings true, even here against Hero. This is not the first time that Dark has done this against Hero, but again, it's a 12 pool proxy hatch. We saw this bring down Showtime. Hero, on the other hand, has plenty of experience, and the probe is waiting here. We go for a 2-gate opener. Hero is aware, and he does deny the hatchery. So because of the positioning of that probe, because of the wall that was already being thrown down, because of the 2-gate opener, this hatchery could not be thrown down as a part of the wall. Ideally, it's a part of this wall here, and we get extra surface area on the gateway. Instead, we go for the hatch block, which means Dark has to transition. He's droning. Lings have arrived, but Dark, he should be expanding faster back at home. And Hero, he's waiting for the expansion with the probe. Should be pylon blocking here, and yeah, there it is. The pylon is thrown down. The Lings, they have to come back. A big delay here for Dark. Across the map, Lings, they do get on top of this gateway, and they're going to get some damage done, but second Zealot has arrived. Hero, he should be able to hold. Across the second pylon. A second pylon is thrown down, and Dark's natural is just so heavily delayed. That's going to be a cancel. Finally, we can expand. And now Hero can focus on dealing with this proxy. So this hatchery will finish, but we shouldn't really be investing too much here. We have a Queen on the way. We have some Lings as well. Dark back at home should just be droning. There it is. We're just making drones back at home. So Dark is trying to get back into this economically and trying to get into the mid game. Yeah, the Lings are cancelled. And Hero behind this is going for a Gateway and a Twilight Council. I wonder if he's going for Glaive Adepts. Glaive Adepts would be a really good option at this stage of the game. We saw that Showtime had a similar response. A different game state, but similar response nonetheless. I was trying to think of a way to avoid saying biscuit. I mean, you don't bake... I mean, you do bake biscuits. You do bake cookies. That's true. Making cookies? Gibbs the cookies. As Adepts getting across the map, the proxy pylon is going to be shut down. So we can't reinforce across the map. We do indeed have glaives on the way. We have one gateway in the main. We have 2 gateways here at the natural. Lings, they get us around! Oh my god! And this pylon is barely going to fall. Hero, has he noticed? He's focusing across the map. And that's his production. Most of his production depowered. Dark making some moves. Making some plays. Lings, they're still in the main base as well. And they're just not allowing Hero to get this back up and running. Yeah, 2 pylons are thrown down instead. Lings lying in wait. Adepts, they were pulled back home for a moment there. Hero just having really awkward execution of this all in, and there it is. 4th gateway gets thrown down as a proxy. So 4 gate glaives. Meanwhile, Dark already has a Roach Warren. Can he fight back? Can he hold on? Can he survive? It's going to be a close one. Here we go, Adepts. Threading a shade into the main. More depths are on the way. Hero going for a Dark Shrine behind this. We're just doubling down. So we get on top of the natural base here. Dark barely has an economy. So does Hero, to be fair. As Hero is one base all in. Roach is full. We commit! We commit to the shade. We dive into the main base. We clean up the links. We're going for the queens. We got one. And I'm afraid. Do you see what I see? I see zero detection. No spores in the main, no spores at the natural. Adepts are just keeping Dark busy. And the longer this goes on, the closer we get to Dark Templar. Oh boy. Not like this, Papi, not like this. So far, I mean, the Roaches, they are forcing Hero back. But we commit to the shade, we get into the main base, we focus out as many drones as we can. And the Dark Shrine is done. Hero has done it. He has kept Dark busy long enough for these DTs. And this should be the end of the series. We recall back home. There are a lot of Roaches here, but the Dark Templar are waddling on in, and there just is no answer. There's nothing here. GG gets called, and Hero will take the series 2-0, eliminating Dark from the tournament. GG. GG, well played. Hero is going to be our first finalist, waiting in the grand finals for the winner of the next semis. Oh my god. GG, a very chaotic series, very back and forth. Again, Hero, because he is so familiar with Dark, Hero, he was so quick to respond to the 12 pool. As soon as he saw it was the 12 pool, immediately a 2-gate response. 2-gate response. He already had a probe on the low ground to wall off. It meant that Dark could not throw down his proxy hatchery to disrupt the wall like he did against Showtime. Again, clearly, you know, Hero, he's very familiar with Dark, and this scenario has played out before. So Hero was more prepared for it. He shut it down very early on, and Dark was attempting to transition, and Hero punished him so hard. GG, well played. Hero makes it through, and we have our next semifinals on the horizon. Here we go. Up next, we are going to be getting into Solar versus MaxPax. Bam. Oh, there you go. Solar versus MaxPax. I believe vetoes have concluded, and we are going to be paying out those predictions. Here we go. So again, Heroes in the finals, and it looks like there are some connectivity issues, so it looks like we have a little bit of a delay for for our next semifinals match. A little bit of a delay, but we will begin momentarily. I'm catching it, Dark has Templar? Aye. Deep fried biscuits. That's gotta be a thing. In America, mate, you can deep fry anything, okay? It's fine. It's fine. Aye. So dirty. It was a dirty series. It was beautiful. But it looks like we're going on a short break. Going to be going on a short break here before our next series. It is going to be a best of three between MaxPax and Solar. Just waiting for the clean feed or the mainstream to resolve their internet issues, and then we will be getting this underway. So short break. We'll see you guys soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Ooh, after quite a break there. I do apologize for the extended break, but we had some technical issues which we have since resolved, and now we have returned with our final semifinals match here of the tournament. We are back with MaxPax versus Solar. Let's go. As a reminder, the winner of this series will face off against Hero in the grand finals. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Predictions are open, so place your bets on how you think this series will go. The way of the Zerg or the way of the Protoss. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of side Delta, we have the South Korean Zerg player representing on side Gaming. It is Solar. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Danish Protoss player representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is MaxPax. We go. Again, we had a very dynamic and a very aggressive initial semifinals between Dark and Hero. But we didn't really get to sink our teeth into it. Like we had some very aggressive styles on Alkyone and of course on in game number 2 on Solaris as well. But here we should be getting into the mid game at least. We should be getting into a stable economy. Like last game, it was just like, you know, ninja bases, gold bases, proxy hatches, 12 pools, just hyper aggressive stuff. Here, we're calming things down between Solar and MaxPax, and we should be able to get a longer series out of this and get into, you know, the mid game, maybe even the late game. Let's go. I hope that's the case at least. But now, hatch gas pool out of Solar, so a standard opener. We see MaxPax likewise going for a gate expand into a cyber core as well, so yeah, pretty economic stuff, pretty standard openers for the time being, which I should point out because that's something that we didn't have in the last series. We didn't have it at all. So important to point out. As we are looking for our tech, I imagine MaxPax is going to be going for a Stargate opener this time. That would make plenty of sense to get into a third base economy to get into the mid game. Again, the pylon is a little bit further out, so this is poised for a Stargate. Usually, if it's a Twilight Council, we throw down the pylon closer to the mineral line so we can hide the tech from the Overlord. And there it is. There's that Stargate. So again, it's only a couple of seconds. Basically, you want the Stargate a little bit further out, so the Oracle gets across the map that much faster. It's only a couple seconds faster, but hey, in a game like StarCraft, every second does count. Behind this, Solar getting his third base up and running. Going to be saturating his natural. Creep is being spread. Queens are getting in position, and yeah, so far, again, the game is Solar just making sure he doesn't lose anything to these initial adepts. First adept has arrived, and Solar should be able to keep up. As we shade into the main base, we kind of just hand over to the queen, and we're able to keep up. Here we have additional links on the way. So far, we haven't really lost much here, but it looks like that first adept is joined by a second. We can one-shot workers. We threaten the mineral line. Good reaction out of Solar. He does pull back. Does keep every worker alive. Even takes down an adept. 4 links for 1 adept. Not a bad trade here for Solar. As he deals with the first wave of aggression, now here comes the second wave with the Oracles. Here comes the first Oracle. Behind this, we should be expanding and taking that third base. Now, this third is a little bit more vulnerable because we only have 1 adept to defend instead of 2. But the Oracle actually stays at home, even activates its Pulsar Beam. A nice bait out of Solar, forcing some wasted energy here. Gets 1 link kill before moving out. And back at home, what is our queen movement looking like? We have 1 queen in the main base. We have a Spore here at the natural, and the rest of the queens, yeah, they do come across the Oracle. Getting quite a lot of damage done already. As the first Oracle does distract some of these queens, we have the second going straight for the third base, and it's exposed! No Spore, no queens! Quick reaction out of Solar. Oh my god, he does keep everything alive! Very nice moves. The Oracle rotates around, but we have 2 queens in the main, and Solar hasn't lost anything. Very impressive, especially here at the third base. I thought damage was 100% going to be done, but alas, Solar, he was able to react in time. Saved, oh my god, saved everything as we have quite a transition here. We have a Forge, a Twilight Council, and of course 4 gateways as well. That's going to be 6 gates in total. This is looking like +1 charge. It could be +1 in blink, but if we're going for this many gateways this early on, like, that is a little bit suspect. We'll see. We'll see what direction we do go in. As there we go, it is going to be +1 and blink. So my eyes are now on Max Packs here. Does he throw down 2 more gateways? For now, this is a 6-gate setup. Hasn't taken additional gases here at the third base yet. If he throws down 2 more gateways, it's going to be a 3-base all-in. And I haven't really seen that in quite some time. It kind of fell out of fashion. It used to be very common and very popular here in the last map pool. Like they dive in, they get a kill on the shield battery. Nowadays, I think the only pro player that we see go for 3-base all-ins with Blink Stalkers is Hero. Haven't really seen that out of many other players anymore. Behind this, Solar, he skips the Roach Warren. I should have pointed that out earlier, but we have additional gases being taken. No Roach Warren. Ling Hydra is the composition of choice, and Solar happens to be going up against Stalkers, which is ideal. Ling Hydra, they are ideal against Stalkers, and we have a smooth transition into Lunkers as well, into Lurker play. Max Packs back at home and getting into another Nexus, working towards his 4th. Again, just for now, heavily reliant on a gateway-focused army on Blink Stalkers. He's going to be pushing out. Solar, he should get his Lings out in time. It's going to be close. As the Stalkers, they do threaten this hatchery. Oh, do threaten the 4th. The Queens are coming in. Lings are reinforced as well. They get 1 Stalker. Blink isn't done. And Solar, he just ignores the army. He goes for a big counterattack instead. And he's looking for a surround on these Stalkers, but doesn't quite get it. He does see the 4th, but he can't quite do much about it. Behind this, we are going for a gateway-heavy composition. I did see the 2nd Forge on the way, so really interesting here out of Max Pack. It's very momentum-based. So instead of throwing down a 2nd Robo, instead of throwing down a Robotics Bay for Colossus and Immortals and Disruptors, or even Storm, no, we throw down a 2nd Forge instead. 2 more gateways, 8 gates in total. It's going to be a Swarm Toss style. Blink Stalkers and Charge Lutz. So no high-tech units here from Max Packs, just a massive gateway army. Instead, we do have a big Link counterattack at the same time. Shield Battery Overcharge is popped. Back at home, Solar is holding. He is holding. And there is that Lurker Den on the way, and I'm concerned because there's no answers to the Lurkers. There's no Immortals, no Disruptors, no Sky Toss. Solar is threatening a dive into the natural. He's holding on with his Hydras. Max Packs cannot break him. Not with purely Stalker. With Zealots, yeah, he probably could. But Charge is still in the way. Robotic Spay now gets thrown down. There's going to be a window. There's going to be a window where Solar has Lurkers and Max Packs only has Stalkers and Zealots. Fungal does miss. But Solar, he's just sending it through the center of the map. Now, thankfully for Max Packs, it looks like Solar doesn't want to push out with Lair Tech Lurkers. He's waiting for the Hive. Big warp into the main. Ooh, and a big reaction out of Solar. He's completely out of position. We have Zealots pushing into the 4th base, into the main as well. And the main army is pushing towards the 3rd. Solar, can he keep up? Queens are going down. Ooh. Big losses here for Solar. But the Zealots are being cleaned up when these 6 workers go down. Oh my god, the Infestors! They do land a Fungal, and they get a couple of Stalkers. No! The last Infestor is going to go down as well. Again, Solar a little bit distracted by the Zealots. Prism, it's coming back into the main as well. Max Packs doing such a great job here, just pulling Solar apart. Lurker range is on the way, but still no lurkers. This hatchery is taking a lot of damage. Chinsu's barely not going to be enough. Ah, the base goes down. The hatchery does fall. And we're getting on top of Hydras as well. These are becoming some expensive losses. Finally, lurkers are on the way. But is it too late? Because it's no longer just Zealots and Stalkers. Now we do have Colossus. Only one for now. And I believe, yeah, no range. No Colossus range here for Max Packs. These lurkers, they can still be a kill move. They can still catch Max Packs off guard. Slings do go for a counterattack. They catch, or they try to catch a base. Max Packs does have a pretty insane economy. He's on 81 workers. Extended Thermal Lance now in production. On 5 bases. Solar still on 4. Oh, the lurkers. A little bit slow to borrow. It looks like one lurker may go down. Ah, they're exposed. Oh my god. Worried for them, Bobby. Worried for them. As Solar has to pull back. Again, big Zealot warping into the main base. This time not really gaining too much value. He's gonna go down. Fungal on the army, and now Solar, he can dive on this. Max Packs, has he been bleeding out too much? Especially this most recent Zealot attack has been a little bit wasteful. We are just rotating towards that third base once again. Zealots are found. We do get one of the Colossus. If we had if we had Vipers, it would be a completely different game in this. But the Prism goes down. Overextension from Max Packs. And is it now too much? Because Solar is maxed. Again, I would love to see Vipers, but instead we're going for a Ling, a Hydra Lurker Infestor. Collapse on those Colossus. Trying to dive on top of them. Looks like we get one. One Colossus goes down the Nova. Nova goes off, and it doesn't connect. So making 2, 3 disruptors at a time. Max Packs, he can cold with this. Just need some half-decent connections. Oh, 2 lurkers go down already. Again, with the arrival of disruptors, and if we don't really respect that, if we don't respond to it, then we could just lose everything. And here we go, the lurkers are exposed. 3 of them go down. Zealot Runby is coming in. Constant Zealot Runby is here, just pulling Solar apart, dragging him back home. And it looks like Max Packs, he's done it. There was a time in this game where Max Packs was actually in a lot of trouble here, but he gets 18 drones. He picks apart all these lurkers as well. So many of them going down one after the other. Decent spine shots. We're diving on top of the army. Up. But it's still not going to be enough. Solar's just been bleeding out far too much over the course of this game. It's been losing too much, and now the lurkers are exposed. Decent fungal, but the Novas go up. They take down almost every single lurker. Oh my god, the connections are unreal. And GG gets called. Solar, he runs out of steam, runs out of an economy and an army. And Max Packs takes game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Max Packs, sorry, Solar even, he was ahead at some point in this game, at certain points, many points even, when he was the first to max out. He had gotten into Hive Tech, into Lurker Tech as well, but again, he wanted to be so aggressive, but he was just having such a hard time keeping up with the constant harass of Max Packs, and he just refused to tech up, refused to go into Vipers. just sticking with infestors instead, which was interesting. We had some decent fungals, but nowadays, because the fungal growth doesn't really do too much damage, like, you need more than just connecting with the fungal. You need a follow-up, you need an army there to punish, and that wasn't always the case for Solar. At times we would see some fungals and they'd be good, and then they just run out. They just run out and the Protoss army would just back off from there. And with that, MaxPax has a lead in this series, and it's a best of 3. One more game is all MaxPax needs. As we're loading into our next map, it is going to be Hecate. Let's go. Here we go, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Hecate. We have the South Korean Zerg player representing Team Onside. It is Solar. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Danish Protoss representing Psystorm Gaming. One game away from making it to the grand finals. It is MaxPax. And are we going to see a PvP finals? Again, Hero 2-0'd Dark earlier. He's waiting in those finals. Are we going to see a repeat? Is MaxPax going to do the same to Solar? Again, a very different dynamic. Hero versus Dark was over in like 10 minutes. It was just a very aggressive, very high-octane series out of them. Here between Solar and MaxPax, it was very different. Both players getting into the mid game. I still stand by the fact that Solar did get into the mid game in a much better position. He had a solid economy. He was able to get into Ling Hydra, into his Hive Tech as well. I do think though that MaxPax was able to accomplish a lot with a little. It felt like MaxPax was being very in the face of Solar despite having very little at home to really defend. So he was just kind of puffing up his chest and hoping to keep Solar distracted, and he did, long enough to get into Robo production, into Colossus, into eventually Disruptors. By the time they came out, it didn't matter that Solar had Lurkers, there was an answer for it. We did have something to deal with said Lurkers just in time. And I should say, because of how aggressive MaxPax was, it delayed Lurker production. It did keep Solar in a lower tech army. Did even keep his base count and economy in check as well. But now we're loading into Hecate, and this is another very macro-oriented map. I would say that it's much easier to get up to 4 and then 5 bases on this map compared to Site Delta, for example, which is the map that we were just on. So we could end up in like another mid-game scenario. I'm curious kind of the direction that MaxPax takes us in. Once again, based on the pylon location, this is looking like a Stargate opener. But we'll see, because there we go. I was like, we have Warp Gate on the way, but we cancel the Warp Gates and we start up the Stargate. So once again, Oracles. And Solar should see and recognize that for a time there, the Cybercore wasn't researching, which is a tell that it was, of course, a Stargate. So Solar should know. He should know, he should be aware. First is that does arrive. Going to be able to threaten the bases. Shaded towards that natural, but so far Solar keeping up. Remember, winding it back, Solar, he didn't take any damage to the Oracle Harass. Or even the Adept Harass as well. Like, it happened so long ago, but Solar, he had such an impressive early game. In game 1, we'll see if he can replicate that. We can do it again here in game number 2. Oh, as one drone already goes down. Good target firing out of MaxPax. Solar's just focusing on saturating his bases, getting his queens up and running. Oracles are moving out. We are about to have 2 queens in the main base and 2 queens here at the natural. So far, the Oracle doesn't find too much damage, but the Adepts, they find a drone. Get a drone at that third. Sling's going to be coming in, and This time it looks like Max Pax is finding more damage. A couple of workers go down. Another drone is exposed. Barely morphs into that spore. And Max Pax does have to be careful to lose this Oracle. The Adepts will be cleaned up, but not before getting another drone in the main as well. 4 workers do go down. We get, well, we get a 5th and a 6th drone here at the 3rd base, and this is getting out of control. Oh my god, 9 workers. 9 worker kills, and both Oracles are still alive. They still pose a threat in the main. Solar skipping Roaches, going for a Bailey Nest instead. A bold move. This is, in a way, at times more cost efficient. We could even try and go for a Bailing counterattack as well, or even a Bane Bust. Solar's making links. It looks like Solar, as I'm reading this, it looks like he has recognized he's lost too much. Yep, there we go. 20 more links on the way. Solar, he has lost far too many drones throughout the course of this game. 13 drones in total. He knows he cannot get into the mid game here in a good enough position. He knows that he is all in. So he doubles down, throws down the Bailey Nest. The Bane Bust is upon us. One way or another, the game will end. Max Pax just did too much damage, and he's forcing Solar's hand. Here we go, Solar. He is going to be... the Baileys have been spotted! No, not like this. They have been spotted. Lings, they head straight for the 3rd base. Bailings are looking exposed, and the Oracles, they will focus them down. One after another. Only 2 will connect. Overcharges popped, and Solar, he's running out of steam. There's nothing left, only Lings. GG gets called. The Bane Bust fails, and Max Pax will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. I was praising Solar. I was praising him for how well he defended in game 1, how little damage the Adepts and Oracles did from Max Pax, but here in game 2, it was just too much. Just became far too much at this level of play to lose 13 drones. That is basically a mineral line. To lose a mineral line in the early game is massive, and we could go one of 2 ways. This is the difference between Solar and Dark. Solar, he went for a Ling Bane Bust. Dark most likely would have just droned and just turtled and like rushed his way into Hive and into Lurkers, like we saw against Showtime. So again, 2 different kind of roads that you can take. Either be just really defensive and just turtle up and just give up map control, or you just double down and go all in. But alas, here, this time, Max Pax was able to just completely shut it down without too much issue. Like, very impressive performance here out of Max Pax. He advances on to the grand finals. Here we go. And for those finals, it is going to be a PvP. We'll have a PvP finals between Max Pax and Hero. Only Protoss do remain. As a reminder, this is going to be a best of 5, not a best of 3, so a bit of a longer series. Here's a longer series between these 2. And because of that, we are going to be going on a short break. We're going to be going on a short break. Enjoy the Honkai Star. The Honkai Star OST. We're going to be going on a break, and when we return, we will have the grand finals. We'll have the PvP and predictions as well. So take this moment to take a break, you know, hydrate your Hydras, stretch your Roaches, massage all of your Marines, and don't forget to tuck in your Tempest. When we return, the finals of KungFu Cup Round 8. See you soon. Cut. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the grand finals, the grand finale, papi, of WTL 2023 Winter KungFu Cup round number 8. It's going to be a PvP between MaxPax and Hero, a best of 5, of course. And if you're in the chat, predictions will soon be open. Oh boy, they'll soon be open here. And I'm just hoping I don't. There we go. I'm just hoping I don't end up crashing or anything like that. And there it is, spawning in the top left-hand corner. In the top left-hand corner of Side Delta, we have our South Korean Protoss player representing KranKy Z Gaming. It is Hero. And spawning in the bottom right, we have as opponent, we have the Danish Protoss representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is MaxPax. If you're in the chat, predictions are open for another minute or so. So best of luck, place your bets, as we have the best Protoss in Europe going up against the best Protoss in South Korea. The PvPs, they can't get better than this, and because we're on Side Delta, gate expands all around between both of our players. And as we get ready for this series, I just love that we finally get to see these two again. They faced off many times, of course, and we've had the luxury of casting them a couple of times as well. And Hero, he always has just such a unique outlook on PvP. He's always so aggressive whenever he can be, of course, uniquely aggressive. So, and later on this series, I wouldn't be surprised if Hero is going to be going for gate expands on the low ground as well. Something that we have noticed over the course of the past 2 weeks is that Hero and Nightmare have adopted the MaxPax mentality of going for economic openers, even on maps where it isn't safe to do so. Side Delta has a ramp, so it makes perfect sense. But this is the beginning of a series, and I'm sure in later games on Oceanborn, on Golden Aura, for example, gate expand should be coming out from Hero alongside MaxPax, keeping up with the opener, with the greed, with the play of the Danish Protoss. I'm ready for it. For now, again, we're just delaying each other's expansions for as long as possible. We have taken 2 double gases here all around. This is looking like a Stargate prioritization or a Stargate follow-up once the Cybercores are done, and we should be getting to Phoenix Wars. This should be the beginning of Phoenix Wars, and we have seen this many times between MaxPax and Showtime. I don't know if Hero is one to embrace the Phoenix Wars, and we haven't actually casted too much of Hero in Phoenix versus Phoenix, so I wish him the best, because it's not easy. Hero does take his expansion. MaxPax shouldn't be too far behind. Oh, a pylon is thrown down, though. Nexus is delayed. So the way this works, both players have thrown down a Stargate. Both players have scouted each other as well, which means that both players should be starting Phoenixes, because an Oracle in this position is just far too risky to actually make work. Chances are your opponent will have a Phoenix out in time. There we go, first Phoenix is on the way. First Phoenix is on the way here for Hero as well. And this should lock ourselves in to Phoenix versus Phoenix. Like once you start making them, you should not be stopping, because if you do, things will very quickly snowball out of control, out of your own control and in favor of your opponent. So this is the beginning of Phoenix Wars. And I know that some people have their reservations about this dynamic in this matchup. Unfortunately, based on just the builds of choices, there's just no other way around it. It's like you just have to commit. It's just the way of this matchup. There's the second Stargate thrown down from MaxPax. Hero does see the second Stargate. He should be going for his own as well. Otherwise, he will fall behind and he will be overwhelmed. There it is. Second Stargate. So mass Phoenixes all around. Hero does go for a gas deal, which is important. Gases are they're quite crucial here when it comes to producing as many Phoenixes as you can. And there are certain points of deviation in Phoenix versus Phoenix. There are certain things that gives you an edge and that don't. Of course, the fleet beacon and getting into Phoenix range is a big moment for either player, where you can just outrange your opponent. On top of that, being able to squeeze out some stack defense, whether it's shield batteries, cannons, stack defense can work quite well. You can even try to set up outposts, like these pylons just thrown around the map, because there is no ground army. Like, both players, they have a zealot and an adept, and that's kind of it. So you can actually set up like these scouting pylons all over the map. You can set up like these shield batteries and cannons all over the map as well. If we get to the late game, that's if we get up to like a 3 or 4 base economy. For now, it's just pure Phoenixes. And typically this early on, the first player that attacks loses. The reason why I say that is because defender's advantage is huge. You know, you could be in the middle of a Phoenix fight, and then you have one extra Phoenix because you're closer to your reinforcement point, and then you can just win then and there. So yeah, we're just banking up at the moment. Both players have an even Phoenix count, and MaxPax is the first to push. Look at the units tab. MaxPax, he is up 1 adept compared to his opponent. So he could maybe try to flex this army a little bit as he throws down a proxy pylon. There it is. Pylons are thrown down at the would-be third bases. I love this out of MaxPax. Again, there's very little on the ground. Phoenixes, they can't attack buildings. So these pylons are huge. Zealot is coming in. Adept's going to try and bait out those Phoenixes. Hero can only expand in one direction. Both players do throw down their fleet beacons. That is, of course, for Phoenix range. Sentry is on the way here for, I guess, Hallucinated Scout. Also, with the fleet beacon, that also gives us access to the mothership as well, which is another big kind of power spike. Oh, we can't afford to pick anything up. Sentry goes down for the adept, and we do finish up that zealot. Whew. Scary moment. Now, basically what was happening, both players were baiting out a lift, because if one player lifts up a unit, that means that is one Phoenix not attacking, and one Phoenix not attacking could be the end of a fight. That could be the end of you, as you need as much DPS as possible. Again, the Phoenixes are threatening each other. That one zealot going ham on the pylon. Phoenix range on the way. It's going to finish slightly faster for MaxPax. He's going to have a couple of seconds where he has the window over his opponent. Again, this could this could all end in one big fight. One fight could end it all. Looking at the units, a hero here is slightly ahead in Phoenix count, slightly. Third base is being taken for both players. Pylon under threat. MaxPax, he dives in. Gets one. Oh, snipes one Phoenix. Now we have to commit as well. Gonna be trading blow for blow, and in the end, it looks like Hero, is he slightly ahead? Oh, slightly, barely takes down one extra. 9 versus 9. An even Phoenix count, essentially. And MaxPax has to back off with the completion of this base. We have an overcharge available, so we have to respect it. Looking at the unit side, we traded. Ooh, Hero, he lost 9 Phoenixes for the 7 of MaxPax. So even though we are even in the Phoenix count, MaxPax did trade more efficiently. And there it is. There's the mothership. Now, what is scary about this mothership timing is that, one, the new mothership is cheaper. It's much faster to actually produce. And it has the cloak ability. It does have an ability to throw down the cloak and does force your opponent to have detection. Hero doesn't have detection. He doesn't have an oracle for revelation. He doesn't have an observer for detection either. So this is actually going to be a really strong moment for MaxPax, rushing into this mothership. When he attacks, he will be invisible, which means Hero has to focus down the mothership to kill it, to reveal the rest of the army. And in the time it takes for Hero to kill the mothership, MaxPax is going to annihilate the Phoenix count, and that could just be game. Just then and there, it could just be game with one mothership. If we had a forge, we could maybe throw down cannons. But we're going for carriers. This is a very early transition. This is so risky. Forge is now on the way for cannons. We have a robo on the way from MaxPax for observers, I imagine, as well. MaxPax is going to be hitting first. He's up in Phoenixes. He has the mothership, which is unscouted so far. And Hero's in a lot of trouble. Hero, basically, when this army rocks up, he has... I mean, we'll see. We'll see if he's able to dive in or if he just backs off. The Phoenixes, they have arrived. We have the cloak. Cloak does pop up, and Hero, he has to escape. He has to just run away. He cannot engage. Cannot engage with this army, and now we can go to town on the mineral line. No, we go straight for the army instead. And Cloak just barely covering MaxPax. He gets himself the carrier. Carrier is going to go down. Second carrier under threat as well. Finally, the Cloak does run out, but that's going to be it. That's going to be game. This mothership timing was just too much, too strong. GG gets called, and MaxPax takes game number 1. Ooh. GG. GG, well played again. You can see just how powerful that timing is in Phoenix versus Phoenix. That one mothership just... There was no answer to it. There was no detection, and Hero just was bullied back to his main base. Couldn't do anything about it. So that was basically like a checkmate move. That was just a checkmate move. Now, if Hero had seen this coming ahead of time, then he could have started an Oracle. Essentially, he could have started an Oracle back at home, and an Oracle would have given him access to Revelation, and Revelation would be a way for him to hold his ground. Without a Revelation, without the scouts, then there is just nothing that Hero could do. Nothing that he could do in that position. And here we go. Now we're getting to game number 2. It's everyone's most favorite kind of game. Phoenix, well, let's go. As we are now getting into game number 2. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the South Korean Protoss player representing Dragon Kaiser Gaming down in the series, but it's a best of 5. Best of 5, plenty of games ahead of us. It is Hero. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Danish Protoss representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is MaxPax. And again, MaxPax clearly showing his superiority in the Phoenix versus Phoenix. As in, he knows that there's just one big power spike when you go for a faster mothership, and Hero clearly wasn't aware of it, or again, maybe not too practiced with it because he was going into carriers instead. So all did just end then and there. And now we see MaxPax going for a gate expand, going for the low ground gateway here. Hero instead is going for a 2-gate opener. I'm curious. Very curious here as to how Hero does approach this. He has the option to all-in his opponent. Oceanborn is not a bad map to all-in, by the way, and the probe is moving out across the map. Oh, okay. This is looking like a proxy Stargate. We're moving towards the bottom left-hand corner. This is a poised position for either proxy Stargate or maybe proxy Twilight Council for a Dark Shrine, but I'm feeling Stargate play. Cybercore is on the way. So proxy Stargate is basically just an economic opener. I say economic. It's a macro opener. You still expand behind it, but it's designed to get economic damage done, to get across the map and to kill workers. Now this is pretty far back though. Like a Stargate would typically be thrown down here at the 4th or here at the 3rd base location. This is really far back, so could still be that Twilight Council. We'll see. Give us Twilight Council or Stargate, one or the other. Cybercore is done. We can throw down our tech of choice. And we're just waiting for additional gas to throw that down. Meanwhile, MaxPax, of course, just going for an economic opener. Nexus is already on the way. Ooh, and Hero, he doesn't throw down a proxy. He just leaves. He just throws down the pylon just to hide it and is moving out to scout with his probe. And there it is. It is a Stargate, but the Stargate is back at home. It's not proxied across the map. And as you just kind of spoke about, this is still applicable. This Stargate opener is designed to kill workers, to get economic damage done, which is very important. Because MaxPax does have a much faster Nexus, he will have a better economy, unless Hero kills workers, unless he kills probes. So that's the purpose of this build. It's how he's able to keep up with the economy of his opponent, ideally. Hero went for a double Stalker opener. It's going to be active, going to shut down these scouting probes. Adept is moving out. And a pretty big scout. I believe the Adept did see the probe. And Hero should be expanding. Should be looking to expand. We have a Phoenix on the way, not an Oracle. Interesting. Okay, so I expected this to be Oracles. And you get Oracles so you can get across the map, you can kill some, you can wreak havoc in the mineral line, right? It makes sense. But no, we have Phoenix production instead. So we're going to be slowly banking up these Phoenixes, which will actually make this Stalker army that much more threatening. Very curious. Meanwhile, MaxPax is getting ready for potentially an all-in. We have one Void Ray, we have a second Void Ray on the way. For those wondering, you don't really get to see Void Rays too often in PvP, but they are ideal as like defensive units in the early game. They don't really scale well into the mid game at all, but here in the early game they can shut down Stalkers, they can shut down Immortals, War Prisons more importantly. They're just a very nice defensive tool. With 2 shield batteries and a full wall, like MaxPax, like he's just fortifying himself on 2 bases. Just wants to make sure that nothing kills him, nothing catches him off guard. Behind this hero is trying to catch up, making workers. Phoenixes are still backing up as well. And I'm curious if Hero is going to bring this all together with a big 2-base all-in, or if he's just going to use these Phoenixes to kill workers. Because I think we're just going to move out. Yeah, we only have 2 gateways here. Hero, he can expand and take a 3rd base behind this. Oracle comes in. And the Phoenixes, they do reveal themselves. They shut down the first Oracle. They do get the kill. And now that they've revealed themselves, we gotta go. we gotta just send it, man. We're just gonna send it. MaxPax back at home. He's getting in position. Main base looking a little bit more exposed with the Void Rays. Yeah, they rotate over towards the main. There's a shield battery and an overcharge. MaxPax should be okay, as the Phoenixes are deflected. Hero, he wants to dive in, but MaxPax is in position. As Hero, he hugs the wall, he goes straight for the mineral line, gets 1 probe, gets 2. Not bad, 2 workers. Meanwhile, as Hero has map control, he takes a faster 3rd base. This is another good way to get back into this economically. As he is just containing his opponents, getting another couple of workers, keeping MaxPax on 2 bases. But the wall has been broken and MaxPax is breaking free. We are going to be threatening a shade into the main. MaxPax is able to keep up. Behind this, we have Blink on the way, +1 as well. We do get into the mineral line. MaxPax out of position. 5 workers and a Stalker as well. Oh my god, we're going to get every single Stalker. Meanwhile, MaxPax is pushing out. Ooh, and we don't have much at home to defend. There's not much when it comes to be a ground army. Shield battery goes down. The Phoenixes, they're racing back home. Yeah, Hero woefully unprepared for this. He has 2 Stalkers, a handful of Zealots. Oof. Hero, his Phoenixes, they're so fragile. But at least Hero holds on to his 3rd. And with this 3rd base, he should be able to take an economic lead. Meanwhile, MaxPax, he has lost map control. He doesn't have the best economy either. He is slightly behind. So when behind, Dark Shrine. Let's go. Dark Shrine's on the way. Was it scouted? Oh my god. Hero, he did barely get a glimpse of the Dark Shrine with that Adept. Did he click on it though? That's the question. Does he know what he saw? Immortal comes out. Do we have an Observer? No, a second Immortal. It looks like he wants to check. Hero, he's rotating around. He wants to specifically check this natural base. There we go. He does spot the Dark Shrine. Gets 4 workers as well. And immediately cannons are on the way. 1 cannon in every mineral line. And I'm sure we're going to get an Observer as well. The Observer on the way. I do like the idea of the Dark Shrine, but alas, it was scouted and MaxPax can't quite make use of it. Behind this, going for a Robotics Bay instead. Just everything he can to get ahead. With the Bay, we can get into Disruptors, of course. Purification Novas, they can really pop off and go wild. Meanwhile, Hero, what's really interesting here is that Hero still hasn't really invested too heavily here into, no blink. He's gone into Charge instead, so Charge or Archon is going to be his composition. Charge the Archon alongside all these Phoenixes. We're going in. We are going in. Oh my god, we just wreak havoc in the main base. 10 workers go down. Aye. We can recall the hell out of here. I see in the chat. If Wikipedia lists the series as Hero up 1-0, but it's the other way around, I'm sure. Yeah. MaxPax, he won game 1. Someone messed up on Wikipedia. Wikipedia. Aye. It's very possible that maybe someone has it wrong on their stream, like one of the other casters. So, like, whoever's on Wikipedia is just, like, copying them. Unless I'm crazy. Wardy has it correct. Roddy has it correct. Steadfast. Yeah, we all have it correct. Yeah. I just quickly checked all the other English streams. Like, we all have it as MaxPax 1-0. So Funada, whoever's handling Wikipedia, it's okay. I'm sure it'll be fixed. As Hero does have a map control. And here we go. Hero just building up his death ball of an army. 3 Immortals. Oh my god. 3 Immortals. He's got some Archons, Charge Lots as well. Pushing into... Sorry, I was a little bit distracted. I assumed that the Bay would be for Disruptors. We're getting into Colossus instead. Stalker Colossus. I'm not too sure how I feel about that. I mean, I guess it makes sense. I guess Disruptors would be too vulnerable to these Phoenixes. As Disruptors, they would just get picked off one after the other. But the 4th base is going to go down. 4th base does fall. MaxPax being contained to 3 bases here, and Hero, he's running away with this. The DTs are coming in. Dark Templar trying to find damage, swiping away in the main base, forcing Hero to come back home. The DT does go down. And Hero's going to be the first to max out. Again, Hero, he's up in economy. He had the faster 3rd, leading into a faster 4th. MaxPax has potential. But in a head-to-head fight, I think I still have to give it to Hero. It may come down to positioning, though. We have 3 Archons here for MaxPax. They can, of course, do so much. Pieces, they come in from behind. They get another round of workers. 6, 8, 10 probes go down. Hero is just trading out these Phoenixes, getting into a higher immortal count. Oh, okay, good. The splash damage from the Colossus and the Archons as well. It's crazy. And we may be doing some decent splash damage, but we lose 20 pros back at home. MaxPax's economy is in shambles. We're pretty committed. We gotta go. Stalkers are on the way. And MaxPax, he may have a crippled economy, but his main army is still looking terrifying. And he could maybe break the 3rd. He's looking to at least. There we go. Pieces, they come in from behind. They dive on top of the Colossus immediately. God, picking up even some of these Stalkers as well. Hero, a bit of a rough trade. He's going to be losing every single one of his Zealots. As Zealots, they just got annihilated by these 5 Colossi. But overall, Hero, he can afford a trade, and MaxPax, not so much. He's still just rebuilding, resaturating his bases. but he keeps all of his Colossi alive. That's what's important. The Colossus, they still stand strong. I would have loved to have seen disruptors from Hero. Like, unlike Hero, where Hero he can just crowd control the disruptors and lift them up and cancel the Novas, Maxfax can't do that. He has a very immobile army with these Archons and Colossus. So something like disruptors could work well, but for now, Hero he's just going to be dancing between the bases, getting whatever damage he can, getting even more probes. Ooh, and he does decide to throw away those Phoenixes in the end. Here we go. It's all or nothing for Hero. His army is coming in a little bit disjointed. A bit of a messy fight from Hero, and Maxfax does take a supply lead. There it is. There's the Sky Toss. I think I would have liked this a little bit sooner, but we have +1 air attack, fleet beacon, and additional Stargates on the way. Maxfax is pushing. Can Hero hold? Does catch a couple of Stalkers, gets the Prism. There we go, he's going to be pushing, just going deeper and deeper into Hero's side of the map, and we have a full surround! The surround is slowly coming together here, the Colossus, they stand strong! Getting so much damage done. But here come the Immortals, Hero trying to come in from behind as well, trying to close that gap, but alas, he cannot. As both armies do trade. Colossus still standing strong. But what is important is that as the armies are trading, Hero, he's getting away with Skytoss. As long as he doesn't throw away his army, he should be able to get into carriers. Or Tempest, or both. So far, they're not making anything. Like, he has a bank, he's not supply blocked. We can totally start working towards that, but now Hero, he's just content with expanding, taking more bases, waiting for +1 range. +1 air. And yeah, never mind. I was waiting for the transition, but it's not happening. Hero remaxing with a Stalker army. A lot of Stalkers. Especially against like an Archon Colossus heavy composition, I would have loved to have seen Tempest. Hero, why doesn't he tuck in his Tempest? Ah, not like this. And now he's up against Disruptors. Ay, ay, ay. Now Hero's transitioning. We have Mothership on the way. I'm sure he's thinking about Tempest as well, and I feel like that's something we could have gone into earlier, but now it may be too late. Here we go. Maxfax is pushing through the center. Zealot run by into the natural base. Stalkers, they distract the main army. Hero, he comes in from the right-hand side. From the left. The Disruptors! Up! Novas are going to go up, but we get the base. We do get the Nexus, and we should be recalling the hell out of here. Never mind, we waddle away. Never mind. As we waddle away, the Hero coming in. Going for this multi-pronged attack, trying to pull Maxfax apart. So far, trading well. He did kill a base. He's coming in to clean up. I worry though that is he poking the bear? Is Maxfax going to retaliate with everything he has? Maxfax, he loses even more workers. That's 15 dead workers. Lost his base. He catches some Archons. He wasn't looking. Archons do go down, and now here we go. Maxfax going for a big counterattack. He's up in army supply. Tempests are now on the way, but we could have seen this sooner. Can Hero stop the all-in? Can he stop this army? Does he even try to? Instead he counterattacks. And Nexus is going to be going down. MaxPax, he turns back around as well. Hero can always recall. There, does recall a couple of his stalkers. Oh, recalls everything actually with the mother. True, with the mothership he has 2 recalls. My mistake. I was like, he's trapped. Oh no, never mind. It's all good. The double recall, Buffy. Getting everything the hell out of there. MaxPax though, he's still all in, still stuck on 3 bases. Tempests have revealed themselves. Hero, he can take it slow. Can take it slow. Have the cloak. There is an observer with the main army, but the Tempests, they just kite away at this. Novas! Big Novas are gonna be, oh my god! Insane purification Novas. Hero losing maybe too much. Hey, you don't need detection if you can just send your disruptor shots off. As Max actually is trying to break through, but alas, is there just too much waiting for him? Good Nova here on the Immortals. Oh my god. And the Stalkers as well. But there is no answer to the Tempest. Yeah, there is no answer. GG gets called. Hero, he holds against the All-In. He survives, and he does tie up the series 1-1. GG. Again, Max Faxi didn't have an economy, he didn't have the army either, like the Blink Stalkers to dive on those Tempests. He was down to a couple of Disruptors, Archons, and Colossus. He had no answer, and yeah, with that, we have a series. We have it back and forth. Oh, let's go. Let us go. And we're now getting into game 3 to determine who takes the lead in this series. Where does this take us? Where are we going? As for now, we're tied up 1-1. It's a best of 5, so still plenty of games ahead of us. Just trying to get into this. Plenty of games ahead of us here. As I'm still waiting for Hero to throw down a gate expand. I'm waiting for it. I want it, Poppy. I want it. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Hecate, we have the South Korean Protoss player representing KranKy Z Gaming, tying up the series 1-1. It is Hero. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Danish Protoss representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is MaxPax. Go. Again, MaxPax, unfortunately, just last game, having a crippled economy, he could not keep up with the Phoenixes of his opponent. That's really the MVP of last game, even though the Phoenixes, they were dealt with eventually. If you remember, they killed so many workers over the course of the early to mid game in game number 2, just annihilating so many mineral lines, so many probes. It was able to give Hero a big economic lead, and from that lead, he was able to refine his army and max out, and even end up taking towards Skytoss towards the end. Hero was just one step ahead, and MaxPax was, again, struggling to keep up with the Phoenixes. As for now, gate expand from MaxPax, Hero going for a 2-gate opener instead. Now, in the last game, he threw down a proxy pylon, but it was a fake proxy, like there was nothing committed to it. So here in game 2, we could actually have a real proxy, or we could just go for an economic opener instead. My eyes are on Hero. There's a pylon. Pylon thrown down in the center of the map. We're not sticking around though. We're going to be patrolling out in the open. So So I'm curious, as MaxFax does confirm that the pylon is missing, it should be here in the main, and it isn't. So he knows that there's a pylon on the map. He doesn't know if there's a proxy, he just knows that there's a pylon at least. As Hero is not going to be committing with it, just going to be scouting. MaxFax once again going for a Stargate opener himself. Hero multi-pronged 2 bases at once, killed 1 and got away with it. Yeah. I mean, again, that was because he had the supply to do that. If you remember, that was the moment where he already had Stargates. He didn't invest. He didn't actually start making carriers. He went for a big warping of Stalkers instead, just because he had the better economy. But alas, that was because of the Phoenixes as well. So one led to the other. And Hero is going for 1 base play. That is a 3rd gateway. That is a Robo. 1 base all in at a Hero. Meanwhile, MaxFax is going to be the defender. Does have an Oracle first. Hero is going to be pushing. Now, with this should be leading into a War Prism. We could try to go for earlier Immortal production. I'm curious kind of how Hero wants to take this in the end, with a Prism or with an Immortal. There it is. Prism is on the way. So we can reinforce on the front lines. Stalkers, they have arrived. And they're going to be focusing down that first shield battery. Very nicely done here from Hero. Oh, takes down the Zelda as well. MaxFax in a lot of trouble. The Oracle gets across the map, but we have plenty at home to defend. We have a shield battery and Stalkers as well. That's a cancel on another shield battery. Void Ray does pop out. And does force Hero back for now. Here he does back up, but again, he still needs more damage. Killing shield batteries, that's great and all, but we need more than that. Here we go, the Prism has arrived. We can now reinforce on the front lines. There it is, warping of Stalkers. So far, so good. Again, we don't have Blink, but we have Blink at home, which is the War Prism. We can defensively Blink here, avoiding the fire of those Void Rays. Gateway goes down. MaxFax down to 0 gates, by the way. Only a Stargate in the main. Stalker's getting a lot of hits in on that Cyber Core, and MaxFax, he can't really engage. It's gonna go down. No more Cyber Core. MaxFax just relying mainly on Void Ray production. Hero is gaining ground. He gets another pylon. He knows he doesn't want to overcommit. You have to respect the Void Ray, especially with Prismatic Alignment. Another Warp in. Should be able to get a pylon as well. Oh, barely doesn't. Good control so far. Again, it's on Hero whether he does or doesn't lose any of these units. Oh my god, a big dive. A Stalker's going to be going down. Overcharges popped as well. We get one of the Void Rays, but that was a big commitment from Hero. Oh, that was 4 Stalkers. 4 Stalkers for 1 Void Ray. Bearing in mind, we can only warp in 3 at a time. Oh, we want another. We don't get it. Pylon goes down. Up, we barely do get the second Void Ray. We're down to 2. 2 Void Rays left. The Blinks are looking too good. The juggling, I should say, is looking too good. And Hero, it looks like he has done it. He is breaking through. MaxFax, he gives up his natural. Falls back to the main. And Hero has snowballed out of control. Takes down the pylon in the end. Boys are being pulled into these Stalkers. More workers are being pulled off the mineral line as well. Across the map, the Oracle is going ham. Oh my god. Killing 12 workers even. Hero, he's down to 10 probes. He barely has an economy. But does he care? I don't think he does. Overcharge is popped. We can focus the shield battery down. And now we can go straight for the Void Rays. There's nothing stopping Hero. He gets 1, he gets 2, he gets 3. And now there's 1 Void Ray left. And that's it. GG gets called. Hero takes game number 3, taking a lead in the series. GG. GG, well played. Hero now one game away from winning it all, from taking the entire series 3-1. So close, so close. But a lot of this I feel like does come down to the maps as well. Does come down to the map, does come down to how MaxFax is going to be able to respond here as we're loading into hard lead. The aggression just does not stop. Oh, never mind. Fourth game is going to be on Golden Aura. Here we go. Also, it looks like Wikipedia has been fixed. We fixed it. We fixed it. All good. Make sure the race is correct. Hero, teaching MaxFax you can't actually greed that hard in PvP. I mean, I wish that we had Alcyone as a map, or even what's the other one? Even Equilibrium. Because we have seen Hero out greed MaxFax before, and I would have loved to have seen that, but we'll see if we get there. As for now, we're going to be loading into Golden Aura for our next game. There is a gold base on this map. I doubt we're going to be seeing much of it though. We'll see. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Golden Aura, we have the South Korean Protoss player, one game away from becoming this week's KungFu Cup champion. It is Hero. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent, we have the Danish Protoss player representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is MaxFax. Here we go. And again, typically MaxFax, he can rely on only a single Stargate, but usually he goes Stargate with a Robo alongside it, so he can produce Void Rays and Immortals at the same time, given that situation. And this is what I wanted. We have a Gate Expand set up here from MaxFax and a Gate Expand from Hero. Now the question becomes, are we really going for economic openers? Are we really looking to expand, or do we transition into a one-base all-in? Because we've seen even MaxFax do that himself. Now, if we do take a second gas, which MaxFax does, so MaxFax, he is poised to expand. Sorry, to expand, but to throw down a Stargate before Nexus. Hero just now starts his gas, actually, so he is going to be in a bit of a rough position. Here we go. Again, Hero, he's hoping that he can expand a little bit harder. Or a little bit more, even. Now, openers are underway. And we should be seeing a Stargate out of MaxFax. It is going to be slightly faster, and we could end up in Phoenix Wars again. We'll see. We shall see, as Hero is the first to throw down his Nexus, and there is the Stargate from MaxFax. So Hero is more economic, MaxFax going to be a little bit more tech heavy. The reason for this is because Hero did delay his gas, MaxFax didn't. So again, more gas intensive. Hero is still going for a Stargate of his own, so this could still lead into Phoenix versus Phoenix again. I'm curious, because both players do scout each other. They see each other's Stargates. Oh my god, and shield batteries are being thrown down! The Zealot has arrived, and MaxFax looking to try and punish this. Can he pull this off? That's 2 shield batteries here from MaxFax. Meanwhile, Hero throws down his own shield batteries to defend. And it looks like he should hold. Are we going to let these finish? No shot. We're letting them finish. Okay, let's go. We're working through. We're trying to bust through this wall. Shield battery goes down. But there's a secondary wall behind this. Max Paxy's slowly trying to break through, work through that shield battery. Nexus is done. Overcharge is available. At the same time, Oracles are on the way. Then Phoenixes. A bold move by MaxPax. Up as he barely does break in. There we go. Two Adepts, they're shading towards the main base. Oracle is going towards the main as well. MaxPax, he's looking for economic damage. He doesn't find any. Oracle's coming in. But Stalker's in position. The Oracle won't find any damage here in the main base. Meanwhile, the Adepts, they shade into the main as well. They're looking for damage. They don't quite find any. They get one. Maybe two. One probe does go down. Phoenixes, oh god, they're hunting down not just the Oracle, but also the Phoenixes of Hero. So a big overextension from Hero. As he's still stuck at home. Meanwhile, behind this, MaxPax getting to his economy. Building up his probe count. That's a second Stargate on the way. So MaxPax, he's just doubling down on Phoenix production. Getting ready for the Phoenix Wars. And Hero isn't quite there. Where is it? Where's the second Stargate? It's late. It is late from Hero. We have a pretty comparable economy and we need it. Otherwise, again, Hero's just going to fall behind. Not like this. As additional Phoenixes are arriving, Oracle comes in from behind, gets 3 probes. Just like that, MaxPax, he takes an economic lead. Fun fact, he still has shield batteries here, by the way. Which means MaxPax, he could dive on this army and the shield batteries will support him as well, which is wild. Now we get the second Stargate here from Hero very late. This means that MaxPax is going to catch up and take a lead in Phoenixes. Ay. For now, we are even. For now, we've caught up. With MaxPax taking a slight lead. Remember, the last time we saw Phoenix versus Phoenix, MaxPax was able to win then and there with a Fleet Beacon, with a Mothership Rush. We'll see if Hero has a better answer to that. We'll see if he can keep up with that. See if we can even go that long. There it is. Hero, the first to throw down the Fleet Beacon. Okay. He's learning, Pap. He's learning. He understands the power. Go, no! Oh, Hero not stacked up properly. He's going to be losing one of his Phoenixes already. Yeah, MaxPax takes a massive lead. MaxPax, he's up 4 Phoenixes. And before we can even think about the Mothership, this may just be too much. He's camping the production. Ay. Yeah, it's getting out of control. It's getting out of hand. Every Phoenix is going to fall for Hero. We could pick up the Stalker. And MaxPax is just perpetually ahead. GG gets called. We go to the ace match. GG, well played. Hero, it just took him a little bit too long to recognize what was happening. Remember, his second Stargate was so late, and because it was so late, Hero, he just fell behind in Phoenixes. And that's game. that's Phoenix versus Phoenix. In a mirror matchup, Hero was just straight up behind in the production and was overwhelmed. And with that, we're going to game 5. We're going to the ace match. It all ends here. But yeah, Phoenix v Phoenix is just really brutal, just because of how the production of Protoss works. Like, you need to be able to keep up with your opponent's production as well. Otherwise, there's just no way to catch up and no way to keep up. without other things influencing, right? Like if Hero had like some static defense maybe to support him, or like some shield batteries as well, then maybe he could hold on, maybe. Regardless, we're getting into game number 5. It all ends here. We made it, Papi. We made it. The finals have gone a little bit longer than I would have thought, actually. I thought it was going to be a little bit more chaotic, and we have had some chaotic games, but a lot of it has made sense. It's been sane. It's been sane. And here we go, spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player representing KranKy Gaming forced into the ace match. It is Hero. And spawning in the bottom right, we have his opponent. We have the Danish Protoss representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is MaxPax. Here we go. Catching up with the chat, we have a 2-gate opener here from Hero. We have a gate expand out of MaxPax. Dark Templar versus Dark Templar. No detection, base race. Ah, you're all animals. Shaking my head. Here we go. They've both been aggressive so far. Don't expect the last game to last long either. I mean, oh my god, already! That's a Nexus first, by the way. Hero, he's like, mate, you want to open up economic? Let me show you how it's done. Nexus first out of Hero. Let's go, Papi. Let's go. I thought it was going to be a 2-gate opener, but Nexus first against a gate expand. The pressure is now on MaxPax instead. Vámonos, Papi. Vámonos. So, yeah, the roles have been reversed. Usually, MaxPax is the one with the economic lead, but now suddenly MaxPax, he's the one who has to try to punish Hero. Behind this, getting into his own 2 gateways. MaxPax, he does have his own gases here, so he can still go for a Stargate first, which would make sense to get economic damage done. Oh, no, never mind. Yo, we going for Proxy Stargate? We are! We're going for Void Rays! Oh my god. MaxPax is going for a 1-base all-in. Again, it's going to be on him to punish how economic Hero, how greedy Hero is being. And his response is Proxy Void Ray. Proxy Void Ray with maybe shield batteries on the low ground to support. Zealot does arrive. Zealot does arrive here to support, to keep this proxy going. And Hero, can he keep up with this? So far, he is being forced back. He is being forced back. We're going to be chronoing out 2 Stalkers at a time. The Stargate not quite done yet. We're going for Oracle, not Void Ray. That's crazy. Okay. Let's go. We're expanding behind this. It's not a 1-base all-in. It's a very adventurous Stargate. Very adventurous. Very, yeah, just very in the face here. But then we go, the Oracle has been spotted. Hero knows. Can he deny it? As he forces back the army. Looks like the Oracle is going to come out. Do we have anything in the main base? We have a shield battery. Just in time. First Oracle does pop out, but finds no damage. MaxPax has arrived with the rest of his Stalkers, or with the rest of his army. A 1-1-1, 1 Zealot, 1 Adept, 1 Stalker. Stasis Trap goes off, gets 2 probes in the end. And this will be shut down. We are transitioning. We're getting back into this, and as the dust does settle, MaxPax is still not quite on 2 bases, so Hero still has the lead. He can still make 2 workers at a time. And the Oracle and the Adept Harass hasn't done enough, not yet. Oh! As I say that, do get 2 probes. Meanwhile, across the map, Hero, he doesn't care. He's pushing out, busting into the natural base. He wants that Stalker. He's gonna get it. He ignores all these shield batteries. Gets into the main, and he's getting his own damage done. He's like, mate, you can go for a Proxy Stargate with Oracles. I'm just gonna walk into your main, kill 3 probes, and recall the hell out of there. He could have kept pushing, actually. Oh, he could have kept pushing, and maybe he would have seen what comes next. A Dark Shrine. Dark Shrine is on the way. Detection is required. And there it is, we have a Robo. Hero, he has the foresight to throw down a Robo, which means he has access to observers. He has access to detection. Proxy being shut down. Hero, he is up 5 workers. Because of his opener, because of his counterattack as well, he maintains a massive lead. Meanwhile, MaxFax, he knows that he has to try to come back. He knows that he's behind. We have a proxy pylon. Dark Shrine is about to finish. DT is going to be on the way. Looking at the vision of MaxFax, he has seen the Robo, so he knows we should be seeing an Observer first. There it is, Observer's on the way. So even though Hero hasn't seen the Dark Shrine, he's playing very defensively. Like he's, I almost said dotting his T's and crossing his I's. You know what I'm saying? Crossing his T's, dotting his I's. Being very safe, very secure because he knows he's ahead. Third base is being taken, spotted by the hallucination of Hero. Stalkers, they do go into the main. Hero is in position though. Yeah, he has 2 observers, 1 for the main base, 1 for the natural. Adepts, they shade in. They try to threaten the shade. And upon seeing the defensive setup here, MaxFax actually hasn't warped in any Dark Templar. He knows that it would just be useless at this point. And back at home, MaxFax is getting his 3rd base. And this is how we get ahead. This is how we catch up with a faster 3rd. Hero is still on 2 bases, and he wants to be on 2 bases. Oh my god. Going for a 5th gateway. He's pushing. Hero, he could make a choice. Either we expand or we attack. He throws down cannons, so he has something to defend back at home against the Adepts. And Hero is committing. He's up in the Stalker count. DT waddles in, but there's a cannon. The mortal comes out as well. And we just dive straight on the army. Even if we had a Dark Templar across the map, we have detection. Shield battery goes down, overcharges pop, but we have too many Stalkers, and Hero, he's snowballing out of control. He dives on the shield battery. Oh my god, he has enough to one-shot. It doesn't even matter. The shield battery is ignored. As we do pull back. Meanwhile, across the map, that 1 Dark Templar is getting damage done. He is wreaking havoc. But the Immortal arrives. And Hero, he can just focus on his assault. Dives on the Immortal as well. He is up heavily in the Stalker count. And MaxFax just cannot hold it. He snipes the Observer! Let's go! Oh my god! MaxFax, he barely snipes the Observer, which means he holds. The 1 Dark Templar forces back the army. Ay, ay, ay. Oh my god, if it wasn't for that snipe, that would have been it. That would have been game. Hero, he has to turn back around. This is actually disastrous. This means that MaxFax, he gets away with the base. He's ahead. He gets away with an entire mineral line. Hero is still all in, by the way. Oof. Hero is still very all in. He throws down a 3rd base now, but he's down 17 probes. There we go. He dives on the Immortal once again. Hero, he's still up in army. He snipes the Observer. The counter snipe. GG gets called. MaxFax, he may have lived a little bit longer, but Hero comes back with a vengeance, and he does take the series 3-2, becoming this week's KungFu Cup champion. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Hero does bounce back again, still very all in. The Dark Templar, they did keep MaxFax alive a little bit longer than I'm sure Hero would have liked, but still had plenty behind it, still had a massive army, still snowballed out of control. GG, well played. Congratulations to Hero. My condolences to MaxPax, but you know what? He made a series out of it. Did go all the way to the ace match, and MaxPax, he took down some big names to make it this far. He took down Solar, he took down Gumiho, Rainer. Fun fact, MaxPax didn't drop a single map. He didn't drop a single map until the finals. Hero was the only one that could put a dent in MaxPax. Likewise, actually, Hero also didn't drop a single map either. Hero, he took down Nightmare. Hero 2-0'd Clem. He 2-0'd Dark. And only MaxPax could take maps off of Hero. So, yeah, really well done. Both players were looking dominant tonight. And they went toe-to-toe, back and forth. And, I mean, it's one of those things where, hey, it could have gone either way. You know, went all the way to the ace match, and which means the next time they face, you know, MaxPax could win, Hero could win. They go back and forth. They do go back and forth in series. So, yeah, really well done. I mean, they are the two best Protoss players in the world. You can make arguments for MaxPax or for Hero. You know, they each have their own strengths and weaknesses. They each have their own play styles as well. But regardless, they are the best Protoss that we have to offer here in StarCraft. And, yeah, really well done. Really well done by Hero in the end. GG. GG, well played. With that, I hope you all enjoyed yourselves. Hope you all enjoyed the tournament here. It is 3 a.m. 3 a.m. 3 a.m. in the morning. Oh my god, these go so late, but we have made it to the end. Made it happy, and yeah, I hope you all enjoyed yourselves. If you're curious, the KungFu Cup, it is a pseudo weekly. It's a weekly tournament for now. It is a weekly tournament. It does coincide with WTL, and we're almost done. We're almost done. If you enjoyed this tournament, we're going to be back next week with some more KungFu Cup action. And it brings together the best players of Europe, of the Americas, of Korea, all together in one place. We even had Rainer here, we had Clem, we had Dark, we had Björn. But I said that we're nearing the end because there are only 11 rounds of WTL. And usually, KungFu Cup, it comes alongside World Team League. And once World Team League wraps up, so does KungFu Cup as well. So we only have 11 rounds, which means we only have a couple of weeks left. A couple of weeks left before KungFu Cup comes to an end at the end of the year. So after that, they're going to be on a hiatus until the next season of World Team League. And I'm sure there'll be another season. I'm sure. So yeah, basically, be sure to tune in while you can. Tune in while you can while we have KungFu Cup before they go on a seasonal break, essentially. Before we come back for summer next year. So, yeah, with that, thank you so much for watching, everyone. Thanks so much for the support. If you want to follow us, !socials in the chat, and you can get links to all of our social media. !socials, papi. You can get a link to our Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Discord, all that good stuff. Hold on. Oh, my keyboard's disconnected. I was like, why can't I type? There we go. Socials in chat. You can follow us on Twitter, Facebook. You can join us on Discord. You can follow us on YouTube as well. We are co-streaming here on Twitch and on YouTube. So if you're interested, you can follow us there. We upload VODs to YouTube on a daily basis. So if you miss something, you can find it on YouTube. And with that, we're going to be done here for the day. We're going to be back in a day or so. Let me just double check the calendar. I believe our next broadcast is a replay cast? Question mark. Yes, tomorrow is going to be a catch-up stream. For those wondering, round 7. Last week, we missed out on day 2. We missed out on day 2 of World Team League because we were sleeping. I think we were busy casting something else. Yeah, I remember, it was after GPO. I was so tired after Grand Platypus Open. I was just so tired. I could not stay awake. I just went to bed right after, and we missed out on WTL. So we're going to be doing a catch-up stream for World Team League Round 7, Day 2, tomorrow in less than 24 hours. Less than 24 hours. So, yeah, if you're interested, we got you covered there. Otherwise, thank you so much. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for the support. It's been, yeah, a lot of fun. A lot of fun here at casting KungFu Cup. Always, papi, always. Yeah, with that, I'm going to be heading over and I'm going to be getting some rest. Do Australians use summer to refer to Northern Hemisphere summer? I just say that because that's what it's labeled. As in, this is WTL winter. it's the winter season of WTL, and the summer season is coming out after this. Summer for us is December. Here in Australia, I guess it's maybe foreign. I don't like a bit of a foreign thought, but here in Australia, when I think of Christmas, I think of like, you know, hot summer barbecues. Like it's not cold here, it doesn't snow here. It's very hot. It's very hot for Christmas. Very hot. Oh. Shaking my head. But yeah, I need to sleep. Thanks for watching, everyone. Thanks for the support. We'll see you guys tomorrow for some more World Team League action. Until then, enjoy yourself. Stick around. We're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. Not too sure who, but we'll find someone to raid. Find someone to send our love to. So give them a chance. Give them some support. As we head off for the night. Until then, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you guys next time. Bye. Bye. Hasta luego. Hasta luego.